Hi friends, it's Eric, and I'm live streaming today because I realized it's been a while since I've really explained to everybody how important I am. I'm super important. Like, a lot of times people will see me in the street or something and they'll go, "Hey, look, it's the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's pretty important." I go, "No, it's just me. It's just me." It's easy to mistake me for the Great Pyramid of Giza because we have equivalent importance. Things that have the same amount of importance often look alike, even if they look very different. Now, even though I've just started to stream, I should warn you, Mac Daddy. I really should warn you especially because it's your face that's going to end up on. But pretty soon, I am going to have to go poo. I can feel it building in my butthole. It's gathering momentum like a typhoon sweeping in from the Indian subcontinent. So if I suddenly have to poop, just make sure, Mac Daddy, move your face to the side real quick, or else it's going to land right on your nose. Now, there's no corn in it today. It's corn free. You're lucky in that regard. Just remember, if you do get some on your face, it's all natural. Is it about this here? I don't know. No, it's just about me being super important. You haven't eaten in a week? Are you dead? What's wrong? Is your mouth broken? Well, I was discussing this with Rachel the other day, actually. Doesn't it seem like the amount of poo that comes out of you is basically the same amount of stuff as the food you put in you? It's like, I know my stomach purportedly, the hospital's lying. My stomach purportedly takes nutrition out of the food and shoves it into my blood or whatever, you know? But I can't, I bet if I weighed all my poo, it would weigh almost the same thing as the food I ate before I ate it. It's like almost none of the food gets absorbed into my body. Isn't that weird? It's like you eat a sandwich, you'd think you'd poop out like half of a sandwich, and the rest of it would be absorbed into your body. I don't think it really works like that. It seems like the amount of poo exceeds sometimes even the amount of really. So people have done this experiment. They've weighed their poo and they weighed their food. And in fact, you have substantially less weight in your poo than your food. Peter Dentici, finally, you know something truly useful that you could share with me that I could really appreciate. I am blown away by your importance, okay? Normally, I'm like, the glow of my importance is so bright that everybody near me just seems like a dark shadow in comparison. But today, Peter Dentici, you and I have reversed roles because you are the one who knows about the poo experiment. And that gives you a special kind of position of power and authority. Authority, they call it. It's a combination of power and authority. Ooh, I know. I know why I'm live streaming. In part, it's because I want to play you a song that I was working on yesterday. And it goes a little something like this. I want and the 2 and the 3. It doesn't really go like that. I want and the 2 and the 3. Oh, that's funny. I make myself laugh sometimes. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways. Chance. One's quick to check. But don't get caught. Standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. That easy stepping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways. Don't get caught. Standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. So, on today's agenda, Rachel and I are going to make a music video for this. I have it planned in my head. We're going to get a couple of, caveman costumes, I think. My original idea was to get, Aramaic costumes, the kind of outfit, the wise men would wear, and Jesus and, Mary would wear and stuff. But then I realized 100,000 million years ago is actually 10 billion years ago. So, it actually predates the Earth. I figure we should go caveman outfits instead. And then, basically, I want to find a location that's you can't see any buildings or people or anything, right? And I'm going to have a sign that I painted on a piece of wood or something, or written with a marker or something. It says, squiggly line, approximately 10 billion BC. And then another sign says tips, and it's gonna say master fire, invent wheel, name things. And then it'll just be 2.5 minutes of first Rachel will try to teach me how to rub sticks together. Then I'll show her that round rocks roll better than square rocks. and then we'll have a whiteboard paddle or something, and I'll point a tree and go, baby. Anyway, we'll just fuck around doing caveman stuff. And then we'll record a separate video just of like my face singing the words. And then another video of Rachel's mouthing the call and response parts. And then another video just of up close of the guitar playing. I'll put those small windows around our caveman thing, and that'll be the video. So, I have a couple typing sessions scheduled for later today, and there's some incredibly good college football games on today. But other than that, I wanna make my caveman video for that song. I think it'll be fun. You know, it's like the last time that Rachel and I went and got costumes or something was the first time I'd ever gotten costumes, really, for anything. It helps, you know, it helps when you make a video if you have some props and some shit that you can play with and stuff like that. So I'm pretty happy with that version of that song. And what's interesting is I have like 4 false starts working on that song. And then finally yesterday I started working on it and it finally came together. Like quick. You know, when it finally did come together after false starts, it took me less than 24 hours to do the whole thing. Do your best pop punk voice. You want to hear me sing with it? It's funny, at the weed store the other day, this guy had on, he's a young kid, he had to be like 23 or something, but he had on an Op Ivy shirt. I don't know if you're familiar with Operation Ivy, but Operation Ivy was a Bay Area punk band back when I went to college. And when I started listening to Op Ivy, they were on the same label as, and were the same size as, and I thought of them as being equivalently, like, obscure bands, I guess. They were on the same label as Green Day. Op Ivy and Green Day were both on Very Small Records, which was this label back in the late 80s, early 90s in San Francisco. So anyway, a good pop punk voice is the singer of Op Ivy. And since Rachel and I just listened to it in the car last night on the way back from the marijuana store, no, they don't do Poison covers. They have a song called Sound System Gonna Bring Me Back Upright, one thing that I can depend on. Sound System Gonna Bring Me Back Upright, one thing that I can depend on. There for a minute, then it's giving up what it used to be. It's gone for a minute, then it's giving up what it used to be. What it is, what it is, what it is. Yeah, like that. But Green Day blew up, and Op Ivy just made one album. Weird, you know? But yeah, back when I started listening to them, I had them, like, you know, EPs on vinyl that I got from Very Small Records, which was the name of the record label. And I guess I probably lost it, or it might be around somewhere. I have still the original EP of that Op Ivy album, which is actually worth quite a bit of money. I think it's probably worth like $100 or something. I used to have some pretty rad. I used to have a pretty rad punk vinyl collection, and I had the original colored vinyl for Fugazi's Waiting Room. I had I had a lot of classic punk albums that were all on vinyl and stuff. Double Nickels on the Dime. the Minutemen. It's classic. Look, Operation Ivy's got some good songs. They're pretty okay for a sloppy Bay Area early '90s punk band. I'm suffering from morning lung right now. Peter Dentici says that he's going to need a pamphlet on how to ENTP. This Freaky Friday, Slabby Saturday bit is new to me. I'm not sure if I have the tenacity to maintain such an energy level and be convincing. Well, what you're going to need to do, Peter Dentici, is apply a substantial number of amphetamine milligrams to yourself. That'll help boost your energy levels temporarily and infuse you with a drug-addled sense of self-importance. I'm not quite ready to poo, okay? You're just trying to avoid getting it on your face. I know you. I have to wait for it to be just about to fall right out of my butt. Then I go, ooh, and I run inside. That's how it works, okay? I don't like to do any pushing when I poo. I wanted to just use Dentici. Sorry, Mac Daddy. Look, he's been Dentici for so long, it's fine. He's used to it. Yeah, it is easy to get these days, thanks to the heroes of the internet. Thanks to COVID. Mostly thanks to COVID. Thank God for South Park. It's like, there's almost nothing that I can count on to be right in the world. Almost nothing, almost nobody. I can count on South Park to consistently be correct about everything. It's incredible. I watched a little clip of their, thing on the new COVID variant. I don't know how long it took them to get on the air train regarding this stuff, but I'm glad to see that they are. Are all FE DOMs wants to see people's faces in real-time changing expression while watching and listening to videos on the internet? I can't listen to the podcast without visuals. I mean, it's true that FE likes to see people's facial expressions. I used to get into a lot of little spats with my ex-wife because I don't typically look at people when I'm talking to them that much. Like, I notice I don't look at Rachel very much when I'm talking to her. And my ex-wife, ESFJ, she would, look at me when I'm talking to you. It's like, I'm listening to you. The visual data is not relevant to anything. I listen better when I don't look at you. I don't like to have to process all that FE data, It's a pain in the ass. Well, I gotta say, I got a good solid 5 to 6 hours of sleep last night, which is pretty good. And I finally went ahead and did it the other night. I was talking about it for a bunch, and I was like, okay, Eric, this is ridiculous. You're having to get up like every hour and a half to pee. It's insane. So I got in the bath, and I said, okay, middle finger, You get up in there and you start pushing on that prostate. And I pushed the fuck out of it. I was just like, push, 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 push. Push, 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 push. And as always has been the case when I've done that in the past, which, it's difficult. It's like, my prostate's really far up my butt. It's hard to reach it. Anyway, when I do push on it a lot, then, like, last night, I slept a solid 4 hours without having to get up to pee. So, men, massage your prostates occasionally. It's a good idea. I know you don't really want to put anything in your butt. Yeah, you can reach up there with your middle finger and push it. If you're in the bathtub, anyway. I don't know about outside the bathtub. I mean, the way I think of it now is your prostate's kind of like your shoulder right here. So my shoulder right here, it gets what I call the loaf, which is this muscle that gets very tense because I guess I use my right arm a lot or something or whatever, but it gets very knotted. Well, my prostate's actually the same way, I think. Except, unlike my shoulder, I never massage my prostate. So, it's kind of important. Even though you have to put something up your butt. And you know my position on that. That's the out hole only. But, like, why would they even put that inside of my body? Why not just put it on the outside where I can get it to it more easily, you know? Yeah, and the thing is, well, you got to push from both sides, kind of, you know? Because if you just push from the inside, it pushes it up higher. You got to kind of, like, push from the front, too. Who do you think is the worst in the Crocodile River question? I mean, it's obviously Ernie. It has to be Ernie because, look, Abby deserves plenty of condemnation for being a cheater. And stupid. Like, who thinks that's a good idea, right? Who thinks it's a good idea to sleep with somebody else to enable yourself to have a date with your boyfriend? It's a terrible idea. So, no weenie in the bunghole, my friend once said. Oh, well. Right. I'm not really spoiling it for very many people, just for you. I mean, I think it's obviously Ernie. You can condemn Abby, fine. Barry is basically blameless in this whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. Carl, I mean, he's just respecting the woman's autonomy, right? He's like, if you were a dude, you'd have to pay to take your boat ride across. But because you're a chick, you have a second alternative. It's not like he forced himself on her. And then, Dennis, he just failed to meet a proactive, positive duty or indication that he should help his friend. But Ernie, without any adequate justification, knocked on someone's door and then assaulted them. So how could it possibly be anybody other than Ernie? I don't know. But most people don't say Ernie. Most people say Carl because he's exploitative. But he's not even exploitative. He's just saying, look, you're desperate to get across the river. I could squirt semen on you. So we could do business. Of course, if you were to ask who's the shittiest friend, probably Dennis, right? Dennis is probably the shittiest friend. Yeah, exactly. Here. Shake on it. Ew, that was the grossest handshake ever. Like, yesterday when I was at the pharmacy, I was out by my car, I noticed there was a little drug bag in the parking lot. Like the kind of little bag that either meth or coke comes in. You know, it's like too small for weed really, and so I was like, ooh, I wonder if there's anything in there. And I picked it up, and it was wet. And I was like, ow! Ow! Why did I pick that up? It was gross. I was thinking, hey, maybe there's a little bit of speed at the bottom of this. I have found speed before, by the way. I remember one time I found at my old job at Kudos, there was this weird little like space between the buildings that was like a little hidey space that you could go in that didn't serve any purpose. It was just like the architect somehow had created this little hidey space behind this one building next to this wall, and I used to go in there and smoke cigarettes. And one morning I went in there and I saw there was a meth pipe there on the ground that still had quite a bit of meth in it. And I'm like, ground meth? Well, you can guess what I did with that. Well, I'll tell you actually what I did with that. I was like, Eric, because this was after I quit doing meth. I was like, Eric, you're not even gonna don't be super trashy and gross and start smoking that some random homeless person's meth pipe that they left there. Okay, just don't do it, Eric. And I went back into work and I was finished the day, went home, and then I got home. I was like, I said, and I got back in the car. I drove back to work. Went back to that little hidey space. I grabbed that pipe. I took it home, and I just smoked the shit out of it. I was like, thank you, nameless tweaker, who was so thwacked out you left your meth pipe. Now that's... You gotta be really thwacked out to lose your meth pipe. Come on now. I guess I was hoping for a repeat of that in the pharmacy parking lot, but it was just a gross, wet, empty little bag. Do I read drama in the chat? What happened, bros? What kind of drama's going on? Legends Fall criticized Dennis the most in response to my comment for his inaction and proceeded to psychoanalyze himself by his response, embodying S and F values, then deleted everything. Well, yeah, I mean, It sounds like he was correctly analyzing things. So I don't know why he deleted it. But you know, ESTPs aren't as word happy as ye old NTPs. With an E on the end of old, of course. Oh. Dennis is a guy with a boat who refuses to take his female friend across the river, even though the ferry captain is trying to get her to trade sex for a ride. A bad friend, I would say. That qualifies as a bad friend. It's like, I would, if I were Abby, after this whole set of affairs was over, I would end my friendship with Dennis. I'd say, look, I needed you, and you didn't come through. What is the process called when you view a flashcard and can describe the object on the image? It's called looking at something. I gotta poo now. I really do. I can't wait any longer. So I'm just gonna put this thing on. I'm gonna put a song on loop for you, and I'll be back in a minute. Oh, it's like the poo is overwhelming my entire ontology right now. It's just all I am is a poo. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways, chance. One's quick to chuck, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, that easy stepping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears, in charge today. Options at large show. Other ways. Don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways, chance. One's quick to chuck, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, that easy stepping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground.
enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago, time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Other ways. Don't get caught standing on deck. Standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears in charge today. Charge today.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Don't ask Oliver whether he slept. Who's been asking Oliver that? Because I think I warned everybody about that before we even got here, right? Don't ask Oliver whether he slept. It's rude. Okay, so... Oh, that song is 100,000 million years ago. Which... It also has the working title of 999,999,97979 BC. Because 100,000 million years ago is, in fact, 10 billion years ago. And 10 billion years ago from now puts us back in the year 999,999,97979 BC. Thank you, Boba Fett. I have a plan for the video, which I was talking about before you got here, I think. Rachel and I are going to get caveman and cavewoman costumes to make the video for that song. Because I figure, sure, 10 billion years ago the Earth didn't exist, but if it did, it would have been just infested with cavemen. I had to revise my original idea of us wearing like Jesus of Aramaic outfits, kind of like wise man outfits, you know, like shepherd kind of roby things. Because that was more recent than 10 billion years ago. 100,000 million. Oh, you're right. It's 100 billion years ago. Thank you. You're right, actually. It's 100 billion years ago. I considered doing green screen. You know, Rachel and I talked about it some. You know, I was thinking we could do some Land of the Lost kind of stuff. Okay, 100... Look, hey, when I'm wrong, you guys just sort of subtly cue me without saying it out loud, okay? That's what you're supposed to do. Did you know that? You're messing up my whole Eric's always right thing. I don't like that. But when I tell you what I do like and what I want to talk about, The Mandalorian. So, the first couple of episodes of The Mandalorian, the first episode especially, but the first couple of everything so far that I've seen of it, should be presented as a master class in how to do brilliant work with an existing property. Okay? Like, the first episode of The Mandalorian is so brilliantly done. It puts you right back in 1977 Star Wars. I usurp the video feed as the sole user. I like the tempo of the recording much more than the tempo you play it live. I mean, interestingly, Jonathan Basanti, that is the tempo of the song that it should be at. And sometimes I play it at that speed and sometimes I don't. But every time this is like the 5th time I've attempted to record this song. And every time when I go to play it and then go to the tap tempo online. So in other words, when I go to record a song, the first thing I do is I start playing it at the tempo I think it should be at. And I record that for a little while. And then I go to tap tempo and I play it. And as it's playing, I go tap, tap, tap to see what the tempo is, right? Each of the five times I started to record this song, I started off with the same approach like that, with a tap tempo. And it always came out 90 BPM. Or 180, depending on how you look at it. I tried it at 180, and it sounds too frenetic. Even though it's the same tempo, it's just twice as fast, you know. But yeah, I might not always play it live at that tempo, but that is definitely the tempo it's supposed to be at, because I've rediscovered this multiple times in a row, because of course I forget what tempo I thought it should be at, you know. So that is the right tempo. My rhythm's getting better. I'm getting more metronomic. Speeding up is less of a problem for me than it used to be, although it's still a problem. If I'm playing something live without any metronome or anything, almost always I'll be going faster at the end than I was at the beginning. I speed up a little bit, you know. And certain songs are more prone to speeding up than others. One song that really just like sits in its tempo, really like I don't feel too much of a urge to speed up or slow down at all, is Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. That thing just really just like, you know those videos or pictures sometimes you see of things satisfyingly fitting inside of other things? You know, like they aren't supposed to fit inside it, but it fits perfectly. Like, hey, look, this mug fits exactly perfectly in this square we have over here. This unrelated or something. Okay, 100 billion beats per minute. The thing to remember about 100 billion beats per minute is that you can reduce it. You should reduce it to under 120. Okay, because anything over 120 is just a multiple of something else. I mean, you could say anything over 60 is a multiple of something else, but 60 is awfully slow. So I would say you reduce it to what that would be. Oh, you fucked up, Leaf Trimmer. You fucked up. Now you're not going to be allowed back to the contemporary moment. You're stuck in the past. You're stuck in a time loop now. It's one of those punishments where the sinner has to relive their worst experience over and over and over again until they learn their lesson. Don't be thanking Peter D. Don't be thanking him. Well, see, Jonathan Basanti, it's funny you should say it could use bass, because prior to this mix, I had a previous mix, and I took it in the car, and the kick was a little too loud, and the bass was a little too loud, and I turn them both down a little bit. The thing is, the bass in this song is just straight up pitch shifted guitar. No effects, nothing to make it sound more bassy. So it's got kind of a thin acoustic quality to it, but it's actually not lacking in bottom end. I can't really tell for sure until I listen to something in the car. No, Boba Fett, you got to monitor with multiple different speakers. So I listen to it through the television speakers, through these headphones, and through the car. But the reason I monitor in the car is because I have the clearest sense of what things sound like in the car. Like, in other words, I know what music that I think is extremely well produced sounds like in the car. And I can compare better in the car how my music matches up to stuff that's not by me that I think is well produced than I can in any other context. These headphones are thin and trebly. These headphones are very bassy. The television speakers are very trebly, but when I switch it to sound mode cinema, then it sounds more like it sounds in the car. But regardless, I can't draw conclusions about mixes and stuff until I've listened to it in the car ultimately. Because if I don't like the way it sounds in the car, then nothing else matters. Because that's where I want to listen to it and rock out to shit, you know? Eric, how often does SI 3 and 4 actively recall memories for the sake of mentally reliving them? Well, that would link to whether or not the memory pays off in your third slot. So, I'm not sure what to say about third SI, but I will tell you about fourth SI. Kind of memories that I do sometimes spend time reliving are, for example, and this is what you would call, this generally fits under the category of ego spank bank, right? What kind of shit, when you think back and remember yourself experiencing or doing it, makes you go, I am so cool. Oh, I love myself so much right now. And, oh yeah. It's all zeroed out, Boba Fett. I'm not an idiot. God. I got everything zeroed out, of course. I'm not rocking my mixes to EQ'd speakers unless I'm willfully noting what it sounds like when I change the speakers on the TV like that. Because it's got these different settings on the TV. You can't see it, but I'll tell it to you anyway. And these are your choices. It's got standard, cinema, clear voice 3, sports, music, and game. Those are sound options it has, the TV does. I keep it on standard almost always, but like it's interesting the way that the different things on the internet have different kinds of audio. So Disney Plus, they don't optimize their audio very well. You can often hear the cinematic qualities of the audio, but the dialogue kind of gets lost in it. So sometimes I'll switch the mode here to clear voice or cinema. Either one brings out the voices more. In contrast, like Netflix has their audio down. It's just right. Crunchyroll's got their audio down. Now, if you look at YouTube, anytime you watch a premiere, if you listen to that song that leads into the video, you can find out right away how close to maximally optimized the audio is. Because that intro song for premieres that YouTube plays has got to be the loudest thing on the internet. It is compressed so that it's like goes from 0 dB to minus 0.5 dB, and that's the whole range of its dynamics. It is boomingly loud. And so when I have a premiere I watch, and it goes like from bang, 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 or that song is playing, and then I come and talk, and it's like, oh, fuck, I fucked up the audio. I'm too quiet. You gotta have something external to compare against. That's the key thing to figuring out how to do audio stuff in general, right? It's a tricky business. I can't believe how tricky audio is. It's unbelievably tricky. And like when Jonathan Basanti says here, maybe that needs more bass. It's possible that I may need to compress the master one more time. It feels less compressed than the previous mix, which means it's got more dynamics, but with that, I mean, the thing is, what you say there makes, on some level, good sense. He says, always leave some headroom, even if your mix sounds quiet, people can use their volume button all they want. What I have learned, being a YouTube producer, is I want all of my shit to be at the same fundamental loudness level. Because if I've got it on a playlist, I don't want to be turning the volume up and down in the car or anything else, you know? What's the Pornhub intro? Why don't I know it? I should, I'm sure. But, I mean, I'm not unfamiliar with Pornhub. I've been known to incognitoedly visit it occasionally. Typing in search terms like bad teen learns her porn lesson. Pornography video. To make sure that it's clear that I don't want anything that's not hardcore porn. I mean, when I think of Pornhub intros, I think of those ads you can skip in 5 seconds. Which is always for like, I'm on my bed and I'm naked and chatting with you if you come talk to me right now. Okay, shut the fuck up. God, that does not sound like a fun pornography experience, talking to some live actual person. No thank you. That's really missing the point of pornography, which is supposed to dehumanize the people I'm looking at for my instant gratification, you know. Well, they don't make any money off of me, fortunately. I can't imagine spending any money on pornography because, first of all, incognito windows don't stay open very long. When I'm having actual rectual intercourse, oh. Why don't you, I mean, I can, I'm not thrilled with the bass part in the song exactly. I would, oh, it was never clean and moral. It was tidy and nihilistic. It was tidy and nihilistic, okay? It's not the same thing as clean and moral. You also mentioned what in the chat? Stop being enigmatic. God, I'm so sick of Peter Dincisci's constant enigmatic ways. Always talking in mysterious paradox. It's like, enough already. I don't understand what you're saying.
Quick question. I recently
Yes.
learned a cover of a song. You want to hear it?
Is that what an exploitative title for that video? I mean, is he really exposing girls by beatboxing the Pornhub beat? I would not have recognized it. So anyway, when I have actual sexual intercourse, it's fairly time consuming. But when I'm like, okay, that anime had too many boobs in it. Now I need to evacuate some discharge. So, in those instances, it's just like I spend a fair amount of time finding the right video as I've got all these tabs open on the same basic theme, and then I'm looking for the right video, which is gonna have basically the right pornography video features a woman who's conveying with her being that she's deeply ashamed of herself for being such a ravenous whore, but can't help it because she loves it so much, Like, that's what you're looking for in a pornography video, basically. I think that sums up heterosexuality, right? It's like the conceit of the heterosexual male is the defiling of innocence and befouling it with the genitals. Let me befoul your womanly grace with my manly thunder. That's the basic conceit of male heterosexuality, I think. I'm going to befoul your womanly purity with my manly penis. Befoul your womanly purity with my manly penis. You are pure and good and true because you have a vag you do. But I'll befoul it now before I go off to work. Oh, hey, I got a sale on befoulings. What do you mean no reference to what you're playing along to? I tell you what I could do is shoot you an audio file of everything but the bass, or no. At least S, you got it wrong. My next position is that having premarital sex with Muslims is bad because they aren't kosher. What, kitty? Do you want to go outside? Or do you just want to meow at me plaintively? Oh, plaintive meows. What do you want? Do you want to go outside? My kitty is full of plaintive meows. Right, you just need to get a rabbi to bless the Muslim, and then they become kosher for the purposes of carnal intimacy. Carnal intimacy. Hi, welcome to Carnal Intimacy. Today we're going to discuss how you and another person can become carnally intimate in a way that's gratifying to both parties. What does it mean to be carnally intimate? Well, sometimes when a man and a woman feel something towards each other, at least briefly, they come together in a very special privacy way. Now, everyone has their privacy. Where's your privacy? It's between your legs. What do you do with your privacy? Normally, you keep it private. But when it's time for sexual intercourse, or what you might call carnal intimacy, then you're going to reveal your privacy in a thrusting fashion, like this. Like that. It should make that sound if you're doing it right. At least Leaf Trimmer has a long history of starting shit with just about everybody. He's very opinionated about his positions on religion and conservatism and stuff like that. That's just who he is, okay? I want you to love the leaf trimmer you get, not the leaf trimmer you want. Okay? You are definitely not an Islamophobe. You went to high school with several Muslims? Did you catch burqa? I hear you can catch burqa if you hang out with them. All of a sudden you're walking around every day in a burqa. Well, look, Elise, as I should say this, though. It's not necessarily a terrible idea to be Islamophobic. As the religion expresses in the contemporary world, in the so-called mainstream moderate Muslim countries like Egypt and stuff, it is barbaric pre-Enlightenment thinking. It's oppressive, offensive, appalling. And it's mostly TE too, which is just pure shit. It's like, do this, do that, use your left hand, pray this way, pray that way. It's like, shut the fuck up, TE motherfuckers. Get your protocols out of my faith. Right? Get your motherfucking protocols out of my father-fucking faith. It is one of my bumper stickers. I typed an ESTJ yesterday who thought he was an INTJ. But he was definitely an ESTJ. One thing, let me tell you something that might actually be a good way to check for NI polar and or maybe not necessarily polar, but one of the biggest challenges in typology is that NI is assessment resistant. You know? I'm not disrespecting a religion. Religions don't involve themselves in politics. I'm disrespecting a paradigm that's fundamentally toxic and awful. Authoritarian, communitarian, and colonial. Right? I mean, that is what Islam is. It's fundamentally authoritarian, communitarian, and colonialist. Now, what's a perfect example of something that's non-colonialist? Alcoholics Anonymous had it built into their system. They say, we use attraction, not promotion. We don't try to pitch to you that you should be part of Alcoholics Anonymous. We say, this is what it looks like if you do successfully quit drinking, and look how much happier we are over here. Maybe you'd like to join us, but we don't really care. That's how you do it, you know? Oh yeah, anti-polar. So I gave the guy the question, you've got world mic power. World mic power. World mic power means you get the mic for 30 seconds, and whatever it is you say, gets translated into whatever every language in the world and broadcast on every channel in the world all at the same time. Okay, you got 30 seconds to share your message to the world. Well, he just basically refused to answer the question. He said, number one, that he'd have to have something original. You couldn't possibly say, it's like I suggested. I'm like, well, I mean, you could always just say something like, always cut away from yourself. That's good advice. That'd be useful. Lee Trimmer is not a Muslim. He's a Christian. He's a hardcore Christian. He's a hardcore, he's like one of those, like Quakers or something. He's a Quaker, I think. I think it's a picture of him on the Quaker Oats package. So, third slot NE, if you give them the mic test, or the mic question, they're not going to be satisfied with some axiom that they've heard before, right? They're going to want to come up with their own brilliant little thing that applies to everybody, and so they're going to have a lot of trouble answering that question. The other thing about antipolar that I noted was, so, after about 50 minutes, I said, okay, you're an ESTJ, and that's when he revealed to me that he thought he was an INTJ. So I spent another full hour approximately making sure I was right. And one of the ways that I did that is I said, look, at least listen, you are never going to convince Leaf Trimmer to not be offensive. He's just who he is, and he's a clashy guy. He's clashy. He's not afraid to enter into clash with people. In fact, he probably seeks it out. So, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. I want you to love Leaf Trimmer right now. Love harder, Elise. You're not loving hard enough. I've met some wonderful Moroccan Muslims myself, actually. Every time I meet cool Muslims, I think, I probably shouldn't talk shit about Islam. But it's such a shitty religion. I mean, how can you not talk shit about it? Anyway, so, and I think I was trying to explain to him the difference between NI and SI, and I said, all right, well, here's a couple of examples of me SIing when I should have NI'd. And I gave the classic example of the potato touch story. If you're not familiar with the potato touch story, I'll give you a quick recap of it. I went to this diner, and I sat at the counter, and I noticed that when people order a meal, which comes with a baked potato, that the waiters and waitresses, when they put butter in the potato, they'd put their fingers on either end of the potato and push it with their fingers, touching the person's potato to open it before they put the butter in. And I had witnessed this happen to other people's potatoes, right? So, I said to myself, Eric, if you ever order a meal here, you better keep your eye on your potato at the counter so that you make sure they don't touch it too much before you eat it, okay? And, yeah, Elise is also clashy. That's true. Elise, you are very clashy. You and Leaf Trimmer are maybe a match made in heaven, actually. What might seem like mutual distaste might actually turn into an incredibly fiery lust if you were to meet. You keep getting me off topic. I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. Potato touch, okay? We're touching potatoes, not people. So, what was I saying? Right. So, one day I went in there, I did order a meal. And I remembered, I'm going to make sure that I keep an eye on the waiter or waitress that they don't touch my potato too much. And so, as I'm drinking my coffee, waiting for my food, I'm eagle-eyeing out that counter. Meow, 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 meow. And then somehow she arrives at my plate, and I missed the moment to see when she touched my potatoes. And she delivered my plate, and what was on it? Rice pilaf, because I hadn't ordered a potato. I said, sorry, Eric, they're not going to touch your potato if you order rice pilaf. That was an example of SI, remembering that I was going to make sure they don't touch my potato, outweighing NI, I didn't order a potato. Yeah, girl, you clashy, okay? We are not all clashy. Some of us are, and some of us aren't. I'm clashy as per my moods. I follow every single Old Testament law. Every single one. That's why I never wear fake mustaches on Tuesdays. It's prohibited. Ezekiel 12, 22, 22, 21, 12, 2. Okay, so when I explained to him, this is an example of SINI, right? And then I gave him another example of SINI. The time that I was going to pick up this guy at this place, and I had it on a Post-it note, and I put it on my dashboard in the car, and then I'm driving down to the freeway, and as usual, I have myself the following question. Where am I going? And I remember back in my head before I left the house. And I remember, okay, what was I doing? I got that Post-it note, and I wrote down, where was it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm going to get that guy at that place. And then after I'd gone through this SI memory, I sort of phased my eyes back into the world and away from my memory. And there, right in front of my face, was a Post-it note with the name of the place where I was going, right? That's another example of I should have used NI, SE, look at the thing that's right in front of you that tells you where you're going. But instead, I used SI. Now, when I gave him these examples, this ESTJ was completely unable to come up with a corollary from his own life at all. In other words, he was unable to even articulate a moment when his SI let him down. He could articulate lots of SI, but he couldn't articulate what I just did. Moments where my SI let me down, Yeah, eight's weird. Eight's a weird slot, It's one of the reasons he thought he was INTJ was because he thought he was FE polar. And of course, he wasn't FE polar. The things he was articulating about FE stuff was very much 8-slot stuff. Kind of countervalued, kind of aware of your own inadequacy, and kind of sure that you've got it balanced right and everybody else has it imbalanced. It's kind of a combination of all those things. So, let's talk about my SE. Well, on one level, it's fantastic. When I go a long time without making any videos, upload anything, without doing any live streaming, I'm not in a very good place. It means I'm not in an emotionally good place. I'm not finding life fun. I'm finding everything boring, and I just want to roll up in a ball and do nitrous hits and watch anime. Muslims don't have the new covenant? The new Chevrolet Covenant. It's not just a car. It's a promise. That's a good observation, Oliver Linehan. I think that's absolutely correct. 4 shows up more than 8 in your own head, but 8 is probably more apparent to other people than 4. So, Yeah, I can be quite doey, but not very follow-through-y. And that's because it's my SE's taking its orders, its marching orders from my extroverted intuition. Which means my extroverted sensing is used to this. Go clean up that mess. Okay. Wait, you know what? Never mind. Come over here and trim this tree. Okay. Wait, you know what? Never mind. Come over here and yeah. My SE is just he just thinks that's how life is. I just have a terrible boss who can't decide what he wants me to do. Who is saying horrific things about people? Did he really say something horrific about people? Well, the point is, dabbing fight, the reason it's an SINI thing is I had two choices in that instant. I could have remembered my previously made decision to keep an eye out on my food if I order a meal at this restaurant. Or I could be present future focused. In other words, I could be in the moment sensorily and saying, I'm going to know about this meal and this reality before I know about what happened last time. Yeah, everybody can have as many wives as they want to, because the thing that makes you define yourself as a wife or a husband or something is just mutual agreement. It's true that there's another thing called government recognized partnership, but that's not actually marriage, They qualify, they include marriage as one of the qualified kinds of government recognized partnership, but that has nothing to do with being married. Like, I'm inning in my head fairly regularly, but I never catch myself NIing. But other people are probably more likely to type me as high NI than high NE if they would do either. I also gave this test as an NI test, and he failed it miserably the first time, although when I gave him an example, he was able to kind of emulate it, but even then he gave me like several variants on it. But okay, so I gave him this test. I said, please restate the following in a single concise statement, okay? When an individual who's living in a community encounters an opportunity to do some kind of action that will have a positive net benefit for the community without incurring too many specific harms of a concentrated sort, in other words, without distilling harms in order to accomplish general goods, then the individual, by and large, ought to at least consider undertaking that action if he wishes to call himself a good citizen. Can you please coalesce that down into a single simple statement? And what he did was he tried to make it simpler by taking out any repetition, but he included all the factors that I had included. What's the message of that thing I just said? Well, when I asked Rachel to do it, she said something like, you should pick up after yourself? Which I thought was fantastic. That's concision. That is concision. I said, my way of distilling it concisely said, uphold the social contract. You could say, be good, all else being equal. Anti-communitarian doesn't mean anti-community. That'd be another way to distill it. I finally got to see snakes on a plane. I want to talk about the Mandalorian. I don't know how I keep getting sidetracked from the topics I want to talk about. It must be this extroverted intuition of mine. Spooling off like like yesterday's spool making machine. Boy, do they do an excellent, amazing job of putting the audience perfectly in the Star Wars world, the Star Wars universe. So what's the aesthetic of the Star Wars universe? First of all, it's got 1977's vision of future tech. So it's not based on a contemporary. We're not projecting tech from our contemporary experience when we're doing the future in Star Wars. Its tech is like those glasses that kind of like, it's kind of like glitchy. It's got it's like that projection of Leia. Things don't have recognizable kind of GUIs. There's no GUIs in Star Wars. It's a bunch of buttons and levers and stuff. And so you gotta have that, right? You gotta have that if you want to have something be true to the Star Wars aesthetic. Now, the first episode of The Mandalorian, it goes further than that. It doesn't just absolutely kill it with the aesthetic, which it does, but the subtlety of the illusion and the nuance of the referencing and stuff is just stunning. Whoever wrote that shit that's a real fucking pro. Well, what I mean by GUIs is if you look at something that's future science fiction-y that's made now, it will incorporate the idea that you're interfacing on some sort of desktop or virtual environment. Whereas Star Wars, it doesn't have nearly as many screens as it should for the amount of buttons and levers it has. You could put it that way, But the opening scene, when the Mandalorian goes into that bar, it's ultra referential of the scene when Luke and Han go into the bar in Tatooine, or when Luke goes into the bar to meet with Han in Tatooine to get a ride on the Millennium Falcon, right? It's extremely reminiscent of it because of the whole, in the original Star Wars 77 thing, there's this weird-faced guy who goes, "I don't like you." And then Luke goes, "Okay, well, he doesn't like you either." And then there's this sort of conflict, right? Something very equivalent going on, except it's self-aware in a way that's not precious, and it just works brilliantly. The pacing of the thing is not lightning fast, but it's just right. It's like I can only watch the thing one episode at a time because it's kind of emotionally intense. I am not one to get excited about things I don't know if you guys remember Tickle Me Elmo. There was this one Christmas where there was this one toy that everybody wanted, Tickle Me Elmo. I was just like, whatever. Why did anybody want that? Well, Baby Yoda, they have not oversold him. Baby Yoda is among the cutest things in history. And I would want to have a Baby Yoda as a pet, except it would still be a baby when I died 50 years from now. So that's a lot of parenting commitment. 50 years of babyhood is a lot of babyhood. Now the thing about Baby Yoda is that's not Baby Yoda. That's a baby of whatever species Yoda is. But did they ever tell us what species Yoda is? I don't think so. I don't know what species Yoda is. I know that Chewbacca is a Wookiee. I know that those little guys in Revenge of the Jedi are Ewoks. I know that the people who steal parts from the Mandalorian's ship are Jawas. I know the people who shake the stick are Sand people. But what is Yoda's species? We don't know. So it's wrong to call him Baby Yoda because Yoda is dead by the time the Mandalorian occurs. The Mandalorian is set post-Empire. Not Skygear. Leaf Trimmer, listen to me. Why is it that somehow you gotta always bring shit back to this topic of abusive relationships between adults and minors? It's unpleasant to think about. How does someone test SI? Well, you can test SI quite easily, really. You ask somebody to recount a bunch of details from their day. You ask them to give you examples of things in general. So, like, for NI people, it's easier to give principles than it is to give examples that illustrate those principles. For SI people, it's easier to give examples and then explain the principles that the examples illustrate. I had no idea that was true of Elmo. Of Elmo's puppeteer. I didn't know that. I didn't want to know that. No, but this is the thing. Leaf Trimmer, first of all, I bet you don't even have Disney Plus and you haven't watched it. Second of all, I would have guaranteed you, I would have bet the house that you were right about that until I saw Baby Yoda. And then I realized I was wrong. Baby Yoda is that cute. Overwhelmingly so. Like, you cannot see Baby Yoda without literally saying, oh my gosh, it's so cute. You cannot do it. You can't watch it without saying that. So you just got to get used to that. It's not my innocence. It's my blinders. I have blinders on to keep away all the unpleasantness of the world. I'd like to keep them on, please. I mean, you can see, you can understand SI kind of best by seeing how it manifests in the polar. If you ask, especially ENTJs, if you ask ENTJ, what did you have for breakfast this morning? They'll go, well, I usually have a toast and a coffee. What did you have this morning? Well, usually after I have my toast and my coffee, then but did you have that this morning? What, this morning? You want me to actually remember what I actually had this actual morning? I mean, why would anybody care? Whereas you ask an ESTJ, well, yeah, we had O'Brien potatoes yesterday morning. What happened was Susie got back from the market and she had gotten a couple of extra bell peppers, and we still had potatoes from the previous 12-pound bag that we purchased. And well, then you can't really have an opinion about Baby Yoda, can you? So you can see in non-SI people the lack of it. For example, Rachel's an INFJ. I've dated an ISFJ before. ISFJ, they have their own little library of sayings that they say and they repeat in similar circumstances. If it's cold, they've got their saying. My mom used to always say when it was cold outside, oh, it's cold as a witch's tit. Yeah, and she just say that every time. Cameron, when he comes over to visit me, for a long time, he always had the same exact greeting. Hello, senor. They've got their package of words that they like. INFJ doesn't really have that, so they're much more mirrory. Rachel is more likely to sort of echo and affirm what I said than to have her own saying come out. She's super FE, And I will say that I think her mental health history plus prescription drug history kind of screws up some of the normal correlates. Like, it's hard to tell. Because of the drugs she's on, I could not glean any information from her about her SI from her SI habits. In other words, she sleeps a lot more than an INFJ normally would, and a lot more a lot better, because she takes drugs to do so. And she's also very consistent, actually, about trying to get to bed before. I mean, the thing is, she doesn't necessarily go to sleep. Frequently, she takes her pill, goes to bed at 10, and then I come in there at midnight, and she's sort of half asleep with this tarot video playing in the background. But if I were to ask her a bunch of specs about her sleeping habits, I wouldn't conclude that she was NI. So that's kind of disruptive. It's also the case that she's coming from an environment that just was never very ontologically encouraging to INFJery. But what with a NI polar mom, got SI dom sister, you got SI dad. It's a lot of SI, and a lot of TE. Both mom and dad are SITE. So, I think it's made Rachel a more counterpunchy than INFJs necessarily are, in the sense that like she's very conflict avoidant. Luke will end up with Leia, but then she's suddenly his sister. No, Lee Trimmer. She was his sister all along. That was the big surprise. It did make their kiss gross. And, they both had shame shivers about it for years after. I can't believe I made out with my brother, said Leia one night when she was standing on the balcony of her castle in the post-Empire reality that she now inhabited. She had some Ewoks nearby. They were being real cute. Socionic says SI polarized has little patience for sitting back and focusing on how they can physically better themselves in the moment, especially if they are involved in what they view as a very... I mean, look, that's so dumb. First of all, anybody who's deeply involved in something they consider very important is going to disconnect from their physical comfort a little bit, unavoidably, right? What they're talking about there is the real-time application of SI physicalities. But that's just half the equation. Because, like all functions, it expresses both in real time and across time. And the testable part is much more the across time part. You know who I'm really impressed with? Is Billy D. Williams. Because he managed, for all of the 70s and early 80s, to be the only black person in the entire Star Wars universe. Now, that's what I call a real pioneer of racial justice. Lando Calrissian, you are Star Wars's who's that baseball player who broke the color barrier? What was his name? He played for the Dodgers. Who was that guy? What was his name? Jackie Robinson. Lando Calrissian, you are the Jackie Robinson of Star Wars. And we praise you for your groundbreaking integration of a theretofore entirely white universe. Red leader. He's back. Billy D. Williams is back. He's back and he's up to his old tricks again in The Mandalorian. It's not a system. It's a guy. He's in the floating city of... What's it called? What's this city called again? He doesn't have that city anymore once we get to the Mandalorian. He's older. He's fatter. He's basically a bounty hunter pimp, you might say, or a guild leader for bounty hunters, kind of. Well, I don't know, Boba Fett, if you've witnessed the beauty that is China's most hilariously racist commercial. The one where there's a Chinese couple and the Chinese man comes back from playing soccer and he's gotten so dirty that he's turned black. And she tosses him in the washing machine and he comes out nice and Chinese again. Have you seen that one? Chinese people are hilariously racist. I don't know if I have shared the story before, but I worked for a Chinese lady at Kudos. She was the businesswoman and I was the coach program architect, right? And so I was also responsible for hiring all the teachers and coaches. And the first coach I hired for the younger squad was a very dark-skinned fellow of indeterminate race. I don't like to say what people's race is because I don't know. Like, I'm fluidly transracial. It depends on the day. That guy might have been too. But some less racially sensitive people might have called him very black. And she was like, oh, yeah. Okay, fine. But she was okay with it. And then when he left, I had to replace him. And it just so happened that the next best person that I was going to hire was another one of those people, okay? And she was like, Eric, you've already hired one of those people. What are you talking about? Do you want me to get the best available candidate or not? And also, there was one time I was hiring a lady for the little kids class upstairs, which was like for like third graders, second graders, like for little kids. And the last two candidates who'd come into demo so I could watch them and pick which one was better was Diana Chang, who we ended up hiring, and this white lady, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white lady. And Diana Chang was head and shoulders better. Okay? The blonde white lady was not very good, okay? And I had to fight with my boss to get her to let me hire the Chinese lady. You don't understand. Our parents really prefer... I'm like, but she sucks. Why? I'm not going to hire this horrible woman, and then you're going to yell at me later because she's doing a bad job. And this is one of the only times my boss ever did this. Sometime later, a few months later, she came back to me and she said, Diana's really good. You were right. That was the only time I can remember her ever telling me that I was right when we disagreed. I mean, she never admitted it. When I one time pulled up an email on a screen, we were having a meeting to prove that, yes, I had sent her an email articulating this back in April, and that she was wrong, and she was thinking she was on the wrong thing. She'd forgotten about it or whatever. She freaked the fuck out. What a bitch that woman was. Can't believe that woman. You do not want multiple wives. Why would anybody want multiple wives? How many wives do you need? You only need one maximum. You don't have to even have one, but it's good to have one. So, speaking of Mormonism, if you haven't checked it out yet, there is a kind of fun, I might call it a sub-hub. Okay? You know how Reddit has subreddits? Well, if you think of Pornhub as being comprised not of pornography channels, but instead subreddits, then you might call this particular venture into pornography a sub-hub. Namely, the Mormon Girls pornography channel. Have you guys seen that one? Where they pretend to be Mormon and the girl has to, learn how to be a good wife. Surprisingly, there's usually multiple guys there helping her learn. But you only want one wife. Like, because look, one way or the other, you're gonna get one of two things with a wife. You're gonna get a burden of nagginess, or you're gonna get a burden of uselessness. Okay, you can only get one of the. You have zero choice but one of those two things. You either get nagged, or you get uselessness. I much prefer uselessness because no matter how useless my wife may be, she's definitely not useless in the area that matters, okay? So, basically, why am I with a woman at all? Because then I don't ever have to think about chicks or sex and stuff. It's just, I always know what my answer to that question is. The only time I even rub one out myself, 'cause I prefer to have actual rectal intercourse rather than pornography replacement therapy. But because I'm in a happy relationship that doesn't cause me any conflict or stress, everything's sort of turned on to enabled mode. Now none of my attention has to be directed towards chicks. None of my attention has to be directed towards dating. None of my attention has to be directed towards, I gotta try to get laid or some stupid shit like that, right? After my second wife left, I decided I was going to try being a single person who dates. Because I'd never tried it before. I'd never considered myself reproductively viable, really. Like, no chicks were at all interested in me. This is my basic assumption, was that for whatever reason, justified or otherwise, my basic assumption was this: I am repulsive to the opposite sex, and it's insulting to them for me to ever presume that they might view me potentially in a mating capacity. So I will simply sustain an appropriate level of asexuality so that I can have women in my life and relationships with women without scaring them away by being repulsively sexually attracted to them. I had low self-esteem, you might say. After my second marriage, though, I still had very, I still didn't know anything about dating or women or anything at all, right? So, I thought, well, maybe I can. Maybe I can date now. Maybe I'll be allowed to date. And there was this chick who was Corey's wife's sister. She still is Corey's wife's sister. And her name was Capillo. And I always thought she was hot. I'd always thought she was hot. Like, I remember, like, back when Delilah was a baby, we had a party at our house. Charlie was a baby, too. Charlie is Corey's kid, and Delilah is my kid. And Capillo had her kid, Devin, but he was a little bit older. And she came over too, and I was with my first wife at the time, but I remember thinking, damn, I don't think this very often, but I would love to just push that girl over and flog her with my meat stick. And so, years later, that marriage ended. Second marriage lasted for a long ass time, ended, but I was still friends with Capillo on Facebook. After all, she had played a role in Delilah's childhood. Like, we'd go to Universal Studios, Capillo and Liz and their kids, and Delilah and me, and stuff like that. So, so anyway, then I tried to like engage her via Facebook, and to my surprise, she responded to my message, and I tried to flirt with her, and I didn't really know what I was doing at all, And I asked her out on a date, and I made sure to say, now I want to make clear this is a date, okay? Because I was so oblivious. And after a few weeks or a couple of hard weeks of effort, I fucked her. I was like, hey, look at that. Oh my God. It worked. I totally banged that chick. And then I realized, and it was totally not worth it. And then I banged her again not that long after that. And then I realized, this is not worth the time and energy. This is so much work for what? Just so I can hump that chick? Why? She had teeth, big teeth, so she wouldn't even suck my dick. So what's the point, It's not like we had much in common. The girl's dumb as a bucket of rocks, okay? Cute, but just dumb as a bucket of rocks. Like, these are our conversations when we were. At first, I'd be like, "Hey, you wanna go get some lunch at Margarita's?" I didn't drink, but I made sure she drank, of course. Let me get you another margarita, please. No, Capillo, my pleasure. Let me get you another margarita. You are fretting for nothing. And then we'd have conversations like this. She'd say, I like sailing. Oh yeah? What do you like about sailing? I like how you're on the boat and it's like there's the wind. I like sailing. I'd say, cool. Yeah, sailing's fun. Let me get you another drink. You like Norm Macdonald's stance on how he feels utter shame after sex? I generally just feel ridiculous after sex. Like, why do I want to do all those weird things? It doesn't make any sense at all, right? Sex just doesn't make any sense. Like, in any context other than having sex, I speak to Rachel very differently than when we're having sex. When we're having sex, you might think, God, that guy's so bossy, What a domineering male. He just, it's like, don't talk to her like that. But of course, that's just for the duration of the sexual intercourse. It's not like I actually carry those attitudes forward thereafter. Why that seems so appealing? Why does it seem so appealing to be that way for those brief periods of time, even though I'm not like that the rest of the time? It's very much like skiing. Why are you riding that thing up to the top of the hill? Well, so I can slide down it. And then what are you going to do when you slide down it? I'm going to ride up to the top of it again. Why? So I can slide down it again. It's its own justification. It's like cigarettes, too. A couple of hours. Look. If you're having sex for more than 35 to 40 minutes, including foreplay, you are wasting a substantial portion of your day on something that ultimately ends the same way every time. It always ends the same way. There's never any surprises. It always ends with me going, oh, fuck yeah. Boy, did I need to evacuate that discharge. Hours. Come on. You're not understanding how physicality works, okay? So, let's say I'm going jogging. What I want to do is I want to jog as fast as I can to get exhausted as quickly as I can so I can be done with the exercise part. Now, sex works a little differently than that. Works a little differently than that, but not that much differently. Oh, leaf trimmer. Will you stop being the leader of the He-Man Woman Haters Club for a second? Look, the basic reality is this. No matter what else you might want to say, you'd much rather be the dude than the chick. Because why? Chicks tend to end up with cum all over them. And that's gross. Edging. Look, it's neither the rocks nor the bucket that are smart or dumb. Rather, it's the person talking about the bucket. If a person is talking about a bucket of rocks without acknowledging the importance of establishing the clear utility of the rocks, the bucket, and the reason why they've come together in the first place, then that person is as dumb as the bucket of rocks they are talking about. On the other hand, if one provides sufficient framework ahead of the bucket and rock discussion, then one is more intelligent than the rocks or the bucket or the combination of both. Elise S. loves making men moan. She's domineering. She likes to take on the role of the boss lady. I'm the boss lady here, she says. Really? Then why is my penis shoved down your throat? Why do you make... What's that? I can't quite understand what you're saying. You're the what now? Ha ha ha. That's very considerate of you, Boba Fett. It's like, I don't secretly want to be rammed. I unsecretly do need to have my prostate massaged, and I've considered incorporating Rachel into that process. I read about how a good way to do this is to get a drumstick. Again, not the chicken kind, but rather, and also not the ice cream kind, but rather the kind you use to play drums. So I would probably want to have my prostate pushed upon, potentially while engaged in some sort of sexual activity. Although when I massaged it in the bath the other night, last night or the night before, whenever that was, I guess it was the night before, I don't know, and in previous instances, those were not sexual things. It's like, it didn't end up with me wanting to have sex particularly or anything. Although I did think I should probably evacuate my discharge now because I probably pushed it around. But it was genuinely like, I hate having to get up to pee so often. That's the main thing. So I wouldn't necessarily mind combining those two activities, but in general, I'm a little hesitant because anything that might have poop involved, I don't want anywhere near my sex. I'm very hygiene fanatic-y. Like, Rachel has to do a thorough undercarriage cleaning before we have sexual intercourse, as do I. So I don't have a double standard there. I'm never dirty when I'm pushing my genitals upon Rachel in one fashion or another, you know? Look, I don't understand this desire for creativity during sex either. I have sex the same way every time. The same process. It's like, it starts with me doing an inspection and ends with me going, ugh. You know? And that's fine. And the more practice you get doing it, the same process, the more comfortable you get with it, the more thoroughly you can engage each of its elements. I'm very TE about my sex in that regard. I have a clipboard. I don't really, but I wouldn't mind including a clipboard in my sex. You can discuss math while I'm talking about fingering myself. That's true. You are very gay. Women can't be gay. That's a myth. It's a myth. Of course it's about the journey, not just the O. That's why sex takes so much longer than masturbating. Masturbating, I mean, if I spend more than 10 minutes with the incognito window open, I feel like I've wasted a bunch of time. As soon as I'm done, I'm like, ugh. Usually I'll gag after I ejaculate from watching pornography as well, because the thing I'm watching seems gross as soon as I'm no longer sexually aroused. Goofy is the only Disney character I do like to incorporate into my sex. I like to incorporate his floppy ears. You too? Jonathan and I have this in common. I guess that's why you can frequently catch Jonathan and I scissoring. Well, at least that's just... Okay. Don't you have other things to do? Besides just wrestle? You know? 30 minutes per 48 hours is about as much, maybe 45 minutes per 48 hours is as much time as any person should devote towards sexual intercourse. Scissoring, that's another matter. I spend at least several hours a day scissoring. It is a need of yours, huh? Well, I need sex too, but it's like I also need to eat lunch. That doesn't mean I sit there and savor every morsel. You know, sometimes you just gotta get some food in your gut. You just think of it as going number 3. At least S. Okay, number 1 mistake you're making. At least S is making a really basic foundational mistake here. She thinks the woman's needs matter. No. At least you've got this whole sex thing entirely backwards. Look, this is why I'm going to tell you, Cauchy's sexual intercourse theorem is this. Women should thank men during sex, and men should thank women after. Right? That's rule number 74. At least S, you've got too much big dick energy. Okay? You need to get more demure, more feminine, and more submissive right now. It depends on the individual, actually. I mean, the thing is, it's about dynamics. It's like music, right? It's not so much any particular volume or approach. It's the variation between things that make the sound interesting, right? It's like, yeah, Nirvana was the textbook quiet part, loud part songwriting band, and And that's where you get your juice. You get your quiet part and your loud part. Same thing with your sexual intercourse. And I cannot have any music playing during it. I can't have any sound on in the background because the soundtrack of sex is my ongoing commentary. Sex involves a lot of talking. Like everything else good in life. You have to tell her what a good girl she's being. Things like that. I like to engage in wife training using positive reinforcement. I see it very much as the equivalent of dealing with a child or a dog. Speak condescendingly, but positively. Good afternoon from England. Was Jerusalem built there? Among these dark satanic mills? I don't think so. It's about to snow. It doesn't snow in England. Everybody knows that. It doesn't snow in England. No, I don't incorporate the guitar into sex. I don't sing during sex either. It's a music-free zone. It's a music-free zone. Burka up, baby. Burka up. Yeah, I'm getting Rachel fitted for a chastity belt. Since I'm such a selfish lover, she's got lots of reason to stray. So, I figure a chastity belt should solve that. I don't really like getting that gooey stuff on my fingers. It seems kind of unsanitary. You know what? What's another funny subreddit of Pornhub is there's this video series called F My Stupid Face. It begins with a girl saying the title. And then the guy, all you see the guy is like from his here down, and she's like sitting on the chair, and here I go. Check it out if you haven't seen it. It's a pretty good series, Yeah. I would say somebody brilliant did. It could. There's a lot of NI in that title. Okay. Fuck My Stupid Face is super NI. So it may not have been in EHP. A dude wanted to pay you $200 once to punch him? That sounds like a easy $200. I've thought about this before, like, I could probably make a lot of money being a, dominant video conference person for gay men or something. You could probably make a lot of money doing that. Of course, I don't want to do that at all, but, fortunately, I'm not very driven by the profitability of my various thoughts that come to my head. You're going to make pie? Hey. I didn't give you permission to leave. I'm the dominant male here, okay? You're just one of my harem. You need to obey me. Yeah, it takes some setting up, huh? I am so important. And the main reason is because it's like, if you put me on a scale with the Great Pyramid of Giza, and instead of weighing the weight, it's weighing the importance, we're about equal. I'm more important than the Great Wall of China, but I'm less important than the moon. I did discover the moon, however. Prior to 1981, nobody had noticed it before. Until one evening, as I was walking down the street, I looked up and I said, "Hey, what's that bright circle in the sky?" And my friend I was walking with said, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Right there, look." "Why would I look up? It's nighttime. There's nothing up in the sky at night." I said, "That's what I thought too, but take a gander at that there circle. I call it the moon." And from that day forward, we've discussed the moon. We've featured it in films and TV shows. And it's all thanks to me. I also invented the high five. That was me. 1978, I invented the high five. Playing a game of Sorry. I rolled a 6. I raised my hand in this fashion. I said, "Hey!" And the other party said, What are you doing?" I said, No, you lift your hand and we'll push them together in this fashion. And we did, and it was so satisfying. And my friend said, "What do you call it?" And I said, "I call it the high five." And it stuck. Other important things that I've done. When I was 1 day old, I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse. Yes, I can. That's the sound of one hand clapping, according to The Simpsons. Look, Morich has been one of my subscribers for a long time, and I can tell you, he is not a good sub. Okay, a good sub would frequently super chat me. You believe humans are more important than objects, but why is the moon still more important than a single human life? Because without the moon, the oceans would all become stagnant pools of mosquito-breeding filth. I've got a couple of good pickup lines I want to share with you. If you're a man and you want to pick up on a sensual lady, this is PUA stuff, pickup artist stuff. First one is this. Remember that women respond well to complimenting their eyes and their lips. So try this one on for size. "Hello, your eyes are dark, mysterious pools, like the gross water at the bottom of a dumpster." Why is Elise's sex dungeon evil? Sex dungeons aren't evil. It's just for people who have their intuition play out in the physical world rather than the metaphysical world. I mean, look, my dungeon of torture that's not sex is much more wicked than Elise's dungeon of torture that is sex, right? If you're gonna have a dungeon of torture, the only way it could possibly be anything other than incredibly awful is if it was involving sexual intercourse. You know. "First I'm going to tie you up, and then I'm going to hit your face. I'm going to smack you with the belt, and you're going to say, oh, hey, 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 hurt me more, yeah, hurt me more." Another good way to pick up on a sensual lady is to say, "Your lips are red, like the inflamed crotch of a baboon during estrus." I mean, I'm not sure how that happens. It's like, the thing is, to the best of my knowledge, in order for me to have sexual intercourse with somebody that's not in the receiving fashion, my genital part, my man privacy, has to become engorged with blood and erect. And if I didn't want to participate in something, if it was non-consensual, I don't think that would happen. I would suspect that my man member would retain its flaccidity. right? Oh no, I said, deeply ashamed of myself. It appears my man member is retaining its flaccidity. And that's when she said, maybe you should get some Viagra. I actually don't have that problem at all. But if I was single, I'd probably be more neurotic about it. I'm ENFP, quite dominant, but not super into being a dom, and I met other ENFPs that really love the idea of being my sub. It never gets to the point of sex occurring. You're dating an ENFJ guy now. Hey, watch out for that instrumental NI and instrumental TI, okay? Because they're going to try to tell you truths that swoosh around like the bilge water on a ship in stormy seas. Arr, matey. Gotta be careful of that, okay? If they start talking to you about typology, you just go, don't you pull your instrumental NI bullshit on me, mister or miss. Okay? NI truths are permanent. You don't get to change your type to ISTJ and ENTF and whatever you feel like because you've decided you like those attributes now. So just shove it up your butt, ENFJ. Take this job and shove it where the sun does not shine, namely my butt. Just your opinion. Lisa, will you stop denying other people the legitimacy of their own ontologies just because they got badges? It makes you seem like, you know, a hater. You just never enjoyed having a bit in your mouth before and being ridden like a horse around a room with a feather duster sticking out of your butt. See, I'm not very trisexual. You know, it's like, for example, I think that semen, man seed, ejaculate, is really, really gross. But one time, Rachel insisted that she taste my man seed. And I'm like, oh, okay. And as soon as she tasted it, I was like, I felt like I was gonna puke. I got up and went over there, and then I was like embarrassed. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not normal, I guess, but I just can't look at that. Come on. Don't make me puke. Stop. That's gross. That's gross. When I tell a story, it's not gross, but when you tell it, it's absolutely disgusting. Because at least I know my discharge is safe and sane. I'm your ex-beautiful Duong. You forgot to pay Duong alimony, and our Duong kids are now starving. Don't make me take legal action. I mean, why kiss at all, really? You know? Kissing is fine as long as it doesn't involve open mouth or tongues. There's no reason for my spit to be in the mouth of somebody else's mouth, for my spit to be mixing with somebody else's spit. Now, you might say, Eric, there seems to be a bit of a double standard here, because you have no problem putting your genitals into her mouth, so why wouldn't you want to kiss her, you know? Well, because kissing's gross. These are hard truths we're talking about here. This is somebody, what I have is the grace of being in a completely happy and satisfied relationship in which Rachel's convinced me that she's completely happy and satisfied too. So I don't have to pretend, really. I can make funny jokes and stuff. I'm not worried or insecure or anything. I'm like Genghis Khan, except instead of my physical genes being in half the population, it's my ideas. That's why I'm so important. My ideas spread like the semen of Genghis Khan, plus the semen of Attila the Hun, mixed into a big cauldron. Hey, I got a cauldron of barbarian semen here. Anybody order a cauldron of barbarian semen? Well, I mean, one can tell by a woman's body how much she's enjoying something, right? There's a pretty strong correlation between certain physical phenomena and conclusions one can draw about her experience. I mean, I think ENFJs are the worst high-NIs. I think they're the worst because they combine their NI, that's instrumental, with TI instrumental. At least NI instrumental goes with TE. It makes sense, right? They go together naturally. Yeah, well, the demand for cauldrons of barbarian cum has been just skyrocketing lately. It's hard to get it. We've had to start sourcing it from the Visigoths. And when you've gone through the entire Mongol horde, you've gone through Attila and all of his Huns, and you're down to the Visigoths, you know demand is high. No, it's not. No, YouTubing. I've never liked kissing. I have never liked it. Period. That's just all there is to it. I have never at all, from my first girlfriend to my current partner, I don't like making out kissing. I fine with smooching frequently, and we do smooch frequently, mwah kind of stuff, right? But I just have never liked tongue kissing at all. I mean, who doesn't want to slake their thirst on barbarian man seed? Who doesn't? When I went to Jamba Juice the other day, I said, "Can I get the barbarian man seed orange strawberry smoothie, please?" And they said, "We don't have that product." And I'm like, "What?" Well, do you have any civilized man seed? No, not even any civilized man seed. I go, fine. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to go to the Vaginal Blood Sploot Splash party. You've left me no choice. I mean, I'm super gay about lots of stuff. Just not sex. You know? I am very much a late bloomer. I was denied any access towards dating or physical intimacy until 18. You're telling me this came from a barbarian? This. I smell Wall Street banker. We got a real connoisseur out there. I don't think we're going to be able to fake him. You better bring out the real Mongol seed. I think he's going to give us a bad review on Yelp. I mean, we need to really get a barbarian in here. Leaf trimmer, I don't know if... Look, you may be hearing the words that I'm saying, and sometimes you hear another set of words. But when you only hear one set of words that are mine, those are the times when Jesus is carrying me. That's why there's only one set of words. I've already gotten this cleared by the Holy Ghost and Jesus before I even started the stream. I said, hey, you guys are aware that it's going to get a little raunchy, and leaf trimmer may feel a little tremulous accordingly. What's the best gift I can give to INTJ female for her birthday? I would suggest that you give your INTJ female a small set of very good colored pencils, very high quality ones, or colored pens, and a drawing pad. ENTJ and INFJ are more susceptible to believing in made-up NI stuff like tarot cards or astrology. INFJ are more often to believe the moon landing is fake or palm reading. Well, the thing is, ENTJs are not susceptible to made-up stuff like tarot cards or astrology because those kind of things don't fit clearly into a utility protocol. They can be interested in typology because it does. So what happened when I typed that ENTJ Kevin? He came back to me, and the takeaway he had taken away from the experience was, good, now I've learned which cognitive function shortcomings I need to fix. I was like, no, Kevin, no. And he's like, okay, so I went ahead and addressed it. I've locked myself into a strict sleeping schedule. So now I've got good SI, right? No, Kevin, you do not. That is not, you are getting the whole thing wrong here. We don't use these truths for anything except to just go, yep, there it is, glowing true and forever. We don't need to use it for anything else. It's an end in itself. I got your utility protocol right here, buddy. I got it right here. That's where I got your utility pole right here, buddy. No, you cannot connect your telephone line to it. Hey, look, it's Mac Daddy. Please don't interrupt me when I'm gargling barb cum. I was like, he's like, but how would you tell? Like, if you asked me those questions now, and I said, yeah, I always go to bed at the same time, blah, blah, blah. I say, well, I'd be able to tell because I ask you why, and you'd give me this insane reason. Because you learned that you were SI polar and wanted to fix it. And there I go. Yeah, the guy who researched investments, that was his fun time play activity. Whose come are we talking about? Well, we're talking about the increased demand. I think it's a bubble that's going to burst, like the tulips of Holland, but the famous tulips. But regardless, currently the hot new product is Barbarian Manseed. They source it from the Visigoths, the Mongols, and the Huns. And some restaurants are trying to cut corners. And one very ill-advised decision that this restaurant made was to try to serve Jonathan Basanti a bowl of banker semen while claiming it was sourced from a barbarian. He is a connoisseur and can tell the difference. So that's why I'm holding a condolences vaginal blood sploot splash party later. So hopefully it'll make him feel better. That's what we're talking about pretty much. Okay, so which one of my cognitive functions do I need to work on to improve? Yeah. You can't improve it. But I'm going to sleep at the same time now. That's not, you're not paying attention any differently. You're just using your normal attentional manner to do something dumb for no reason. You have fuck class in 2 minutes? It's from all the way you were talking, I would have thought you had it down by now. But I guess even somebody like Elise S. still needs to take fuck class. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. She says, fuck, I have class in 2 minutes. Not I have fuck class in 2 minutes. Well, regardless, it's better than having 2 minute fuck class. 2 minute fuck class is probably not a skill you really need to learn. I can fuck that girl in 2 minutes. Fuck that girl. That's, name that tune. That's having to do with sexual intercourse. So, You know, they bring out like a hot chick onto the stage, and the first guy goes, okay, I can fuck that girl in 5 minutes. And the next guy goes, I can fuck that girl in 3 minutes. That guy goes, I can fuck that girl in 2 minutes. And the guy's like, fuck that girl. And then, you know, the audience came down. He's going, trying to come. And he's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Oh. And then he gets interviewed. Well, you know, she was really hot, big-titted girl. Had kind of a really appealing dumb look on her face, and I thought I was going to be able to get the ejaculate evacuated within 2 minutes. I was overly optimistic. You know, pressure, the lights, the audience, it was tough. But I want to congratulate my opponent, and I do think that he probably could have fucked her in 3 minutes. So, you know, I'm sorry I took away your opportunity. But you won the game, at least. That's right. You're going home with a brand new dinette set. I'm 50 years old, but I'm living in the 1930s. It's Depression era. Things are kind of depressing. But I've decided to get a job working for the federal government, cutting roads into national parks. Then the female version of that same show is I can swallow that man seed in one gulp. You know. Okay, backstage, we've had every member of the cast and crew ejaculate into this bucket. Jenny, Mary, make your bids. I can swallow that man seed in 3 gulps. I can swallow that man seed in 2 gulps. I can swallow it all in 1 gulp? And she's like, I just little spilling all over her face and chest. Ew. You know what's the grossest kind of pornography is bukkake. So gross. Like, the lady's just sitting there, just getting squirt after squirt on her face. You're on Zoom, you're doing this at the same time. Make sure to mix your audio channels together so whoever you're Zooming hears me talking about vaginal blood sploosh splash party. That'll convince them that you're serious about your business, whatever it is. You know, like ENFPs are too peaceful. Here's the thing about ENFPs. In the right context, they're great because they are very peaceful. They're willing to compromise. They're willing to figure out what works, even if it's not perfect for everybody. But in the wrong context, they're Neville Chamberlains, right? It's just nonstop appeasement and compromise on things that shouldn't be compromised about. Sometimes it's fine to split the sandwich. You have half, I'll have half. Other times it's a baby and you can't cut it in half, you know? And ENFPs don't seem to recognize when this is the sort of baby you can't cut in half. You need to win this battle or lose it. Concretely, decisively, definitively, and everybody needs to know what's happened here. It's something ENFPs don't like. ESFJs don't trigger me. I like ESFJs. They're nice. They're fun. They're non-presumptuous. They're among the least presumptuous types. Like ESFJs, unlike ENFJs, right? ESFJs and ENFJs are both FE DOMs. But ESFJs are foundationally humble and ENFJs are foundationally presumptuous. You can be quite a stubborn fucker that doesn't need things to be peaceful. Well, okay, look, when I say being a compromiser and an appeaser doesn't necessarily mean you're peaceable about it. So it's certainly possible for ENFPs to have big battles and stuff. But the key distinguishing result is, in the end of an ENFP battle, compromises are made, statuses are important. So it's like, nobody really won, nobody really lost, but these things changed. And there's no reference back to the principles from which we ought to be deriving these conclusions. ENFJs do seem to have an obsession with trying to prove their intelligence to others. Why is that not the case for ESFJs? And it's absolutely not, because they're SI. An SI frame of reference and an NI frame of reference is so totally different. SI tool ESFJs, the way they're approaching the world all the time is to experience it directly. NI tool, the way they're experiencing the world all the time is to try to recognize how specifics are demonstrative of some universal rule. And then the problem is their universal rules don't withstand TI scrutiny because it's fourth and instrumental as well. And so they're always trying to say, look, stop using your good explanations and replace it with my half-assed NI. And it's super frustrating. No, you're just not getting the big picture. No, you're just thinking like a retard is what's happening. And the reason I'm your benefactor and you're my beneficiary type is because everything you say just sounds like trash to my ears. And you need to hear everything I say. That's the definition of benefactor beneficiary. Same with my dad. Everything I say just sounds like trash to his ears, and I need to hear everything he says. You passed your quiz. That's good. It's fortunate that it was on ways to train a sub. She's scolding them. You guys did badly on the quiz. And I really care a lot about the quiz. What's the subject matter you're taking? What's your class about? They say leftovers aren't all that tasty, but I find single moms delicious. Hey, don't call single moms leftovers. They prefer to be called spinsters or old maids. Sean O'Neill is not an INTJ. There's zero chance that Sean O'Neill is an INTJ. Now, I've actually typed the guy, so I can assure you of that, okay? You will note how much effort he puts into presenting himself as an INTJ, right? Shit tons of effort into it. It's like every comment is INTJ here. And even so much so that it probably impacts how he actively engages with live human beings. He used to do a lot more like video conferencing stuff. I think he pulled that back as a means of trying to convince people he's an INTJ. Of course, the oblivion here is, what if he did convince people he was an INTJ? What possible good would come out of that? You know, like, what would he have accomplished? The capacity to tell people wrong things about INFJs more successfully, or INTJs more successfully? Rational Typology claims Sean O'Neill's ENFJ too. Yeah, I think he's ENFJ, but it's possible he's ESFP. The thing is, but I think the most likely reality here is that for a lot of the people that I've said, you must be an ESFP, like half of them are ENFJs. That they both have that same quality of truth being something they use for their own purposes. Yeah, he's now Sean INTJ. It's just look, the thing to remember is it's not characteristic of the type exactly. As I've said before, what we will always sometimes encounter around here in typology community in general are what you'd call people in conflict with themselves. And there are a couple of specific types that when they are in conflict with themselves, they project that out as kind of a philosophical imperialism and a need to sort of be in charge of the narrative. Well, I mean, see, that's the thing, Mac Daddy. You're presuming that something doesn't move, right? That with TI tool, Mac Daddy, you're saying, well, I'm going to project my operational value onto the world and assume that nobody, as I can't, that nobody can sustain a state of hypocrisy and self-contradiction over the long term. But it's not hypocrisy and self-contradiction if truths are only there for you to pick up and use for a purpose and then put back down and then pick up the opposite truth and use for a different purpose. If that's what your attitude is towards truth, then no, he claims he's more proficient than he is, perhaps, or has in the past, but that was yesterday's truth. You know, now his explanation for not testing particularly well is that it's 6 slot. It's backslide, you know. The fact that it contradicts things he said the other day doesn't matter to him. That's instrumental as well. If he's ENFJ, both NI and TI are instrumental. Now, if he's ESFP, the TI is absolute, but it's blind, so might as well be not there. The thing is, both those types will do the same kind of display in some sense when they're in conflict with themselves. So an FE Dom will be obsessed with managing perceptions of others and using truth to do so. And FE Sixths, if they're in conflict with each other, with TI Polar, will basically, they do that ESFP thing. You perceive me like this. Okay? But I don't. You don't know me, so you have to perceive me like I tell you to. No. Yeah, he's claimed I was, and this is the other thing is that frustrates people like this is that for those of us who have robust NI and TI, we remember things like that, you know? We go, okay, so why should I take you more seriously this time? You previously claimed that I was ENTP, you claimed I was ISFJ, you claimed I was ESFJ, you claimed I was and now you're claiming I'm ISTJ. If someone shot down a police drone due to the object trespassing on their property, do you think they would be tried? Well, most urban environments, it's not probably, it probably violates some sort of code to discharge a firearm, except under certain circumstances. So I would guess that, I guess that if you were to be prosecuted for shooting down a police drone, you'd just be prosecuted for discharging a firearm in an urban environment or something like that. Recklessly discharging a firearm. You probably wouldn't get charged with, like, say, interfering with a police investigation or obstruction of justice or something. Airspace isn't a part of property, I don't think, says Lucky Swine. Well, how low does it have to come down before, if I can reach it, is it part of my property? I've been on a video chat for an accumulated total of at least 100 hours with Sean from October to November 2020 till March 2021. And you're saying he's ENFJ? I mean, I think he's ENFJ as well. But I was saying he could be ESFP. I haven't spent as much time with them as you have. I can use it as persuasive authority since it's in a different jurisdiction than the Arizona Appellate Court. I mean, the thing is, shooting down a police drone, first of all, there is a Texas-specific statute that allows people to shoot drones on their property. I'm debating if I should cite it. I mean, you should cite it on the grounds that there's not contravening state law that would trump it, right? So it's like, if you're dealing with a case in which there isn't any clear precedent that's relevant jurisdictionally, then it's absolutely appropriate to cite stuff that's out of that jurisdiction as setting precedent within its own jurisdiction, and that's where the judicial discretion is going to come in, because they don't have to adhere to that precedent because it's a jurisdictional issue, but they can, and in the absence of any other precedent to cite or to reference, they'll probably think, some linkage to precedent is better than none. Sean thinks he's more enlightened than he is and claims every thought he has in his head he put there, and everything he says and does is deliberate, but then he told me he's depressed, so what? You give yourself depression? I mean, Sean is a person in conflict with himself, and what I mean by that is he's not figured out how to be comfortable in his own skin as he is, because he's a highly communicative or status or narrative type, and yet he's not able to control these narratives. Codes and statutes the judge has to abide by mandatory. Supremacy clause is mama here. Secondarily, other laws and statutes that are in similar jurisdiction, persuasive authority. Right, okay, cool. That's, I'm glad you made that clear. The distinction there about the frame levels, So, the thing is, technically, for incorporated rights, those are the only aspects of Constitution that have that supremacy aspect for states. It's just the incorporated Bill of Rights stuff. Because people think the Constitution is the law of the land. No, it's not. It's the law of the federal government, It's just incorporated rights from the Bill of Rights that comprise the top level frame for states in the United States of America. We are in these United States of America, not the United States of America, although we call it that now. The Supreme Court had to render a decision early on regarding to what extent the Constitution applied to the states at all. I mean, the Constitution is designed to define and limit the authority of the Federation of independent and sovereign states. Now, it's more than just a confederation. It needed to be more robust than just a confederation, which is why the Articles of the Confederacy didn't work. And we had to come up with a constitution. We had to afford the federal government more scope of authority than the Founding Fathers originally wanted to, because they were trying to split a baby in half that's kind of difficult to split in half, which is, hey, we're all sovereign states, meaning sovereign nations. Like Virginia is a sovereign nation, right? And New England is not New England. Massachusetts is a sovereign nation. But we're really kind of all the same. So let's make a group of all of our little sovereign nations and call it one thing. Call it these United Independent Nations of America. Okay, well, if we're really united, then we need to have some sort of federal authority over the group, right? Yeah, but we don't want them interfering with our sovereignty as individual states very much. So we're going to enumerate not limits, but powers, which is the most crazy kind of limitation imaginable. Enumerated powers is the most crazy limitation. If this live stream, if people watching this live stream were subject to enumerated powers, and I didn't list on the powers the right to breathe, you'd have to suffocate to death. That's how constricting enumerated powers are. So it's like the Founding Fathers were very much concerned about the Federation interfering with the sovereignty of individual states. So when people tell you the Constitution is the law of the land, they are wrong. But not entirely, because the Supreme Court ruled gradually over the years that certain of the Bill of Rights were intended by the Founding Fathers not merely to constrain the federal government, but to constrain government in general, and that part of the federal responsibility was to exercise authority over the constituent states when they overreached in their authority dealing with their individual citizenries. And that's the story of American civics. Well, in California, it's the California State Constitution. Which is not a particularly good constitution. You know, there's a lot of crap in the California understanding of the law. Like, California's got this terrible state Supreme Court decision from a long time ago that keeps getting shaved back, but precedent has this weird hold over judges. There's one sane voice in California, in the California judiciary, he's some Asian guy, I forget his name, but who says this was garbage when it was originally ruled on this. It was garbage then, it's garbage still. We need to just axe the whole fucking thing. It's ridiculous. And the issue I'm talking about specifically is California ruled back in the 70s that private spaces, privately owned spaces, comprise the public square in modern times. So what that meant initially was that places like malls, grocery stores, convenience stores, all kinds of different places couldn't tell you to leave their parking lot if you were doing protected First Amendment activity. That is to say, if you go to a supermarket in California, you'll have bunches of people standing outside of it asking for money for things, and or asking you to sign petitions, and or selling Girl Scout cookies, and or whatever else. Originally, it incorporated basically every public business and their parking lots that the business themselves owned and deserved to have control over, right? Now they've shaved it back to just supermarkets. But it was totally unjustified legally in the first place. There's no reason to remove from property owners some of their property rights and declare their property sort of a public space for the purposes of First Amendment activity when it's not. There are parks, there are streets. We know what public spaces are, right? I no longer give money to people on the streets. I used to give homeless people money sometimes when I'd pull up to a stoplight and there's a sign or something. I no longer give homeless people any money. But what I will always do, and only one time has it ever been turned down, I always give homeless people cigarettes. They always appreciate cigarettes. I give them like 3 Marlboro Reds, and they're like, awesome, thanks. Because, you know, when you are homeless, you smoke what you can smoke. And Marlboro Reds are the best cigarettes. but you probably can't afford to get Marlboro Reds. One lady, only one time, I went to give a homeless lady some cigarettes. She said, "Oh, no thanks, I don't smoke." One time. I've given homeless people cigarettes hundreds of times, and only once has ever one of them tell me they don't smoke. It's like they all smoke. Yeah, I usually don't carry cash either. That's the other thing. The thing is, cash has a very specific purpose in my wallet. Cash is to spend on weed and whippets. And everything else I use my card for. Because I want to use cash for weed because it's hard to use your card at the weed store. Like, it's basically, the weed store doesn't really have EBT. They've got this sort of hybrid ATM thing. In other words, to buy weed at the weed store, you basically make a purchase for $0 and get cash back for the amount, the weed, and then it has to be $5 over, and then it's like, let me get cash out from the bank. Fuck this noise. I don't like this complicated system. And then the other reason I have cash out is to get whippets, because if you buy in cash at the whippet store, there's no tax. So if I want to go get, say, a box of off-brand whippets and a pack of cigarettes, it's $40 even. If I want to go get a box of name brand whippets and 2 packs of cigarettes, it's $60 even. Name brand whippets are better. Rachel and I have stopped getting Swips and Tip Tops. They give me a headache. Whippet brand whippets are better whippets. So, and you know, in fact, it almost bugs me because it's technically not $40 even, $60 even. I get like 15 cents back on change from the cigarettes. And it's like, I wish you just, and then, you know, the guy will ask me, "Do you want your change? Don't you want your change?" Yeah, I guess I want my change. But I wish it were just even because that's such a nicer story to tell, you know? But I really like the Whippet store people. I like the owner of the Whippet store. And their main employee, like their main guy who works for them. There are 2, like, I don't know, Armenians maybe, who appear to be brothers perhaps, who are the owners of the store. And one of them is usually in there. But then they have their guy, their one employee. He's definitely, I'm pretty sure he's an ESFP. And he is my absolute favorite ESFP. He is the most knowledgeable Whippet store employee you could ever hope for. I have heard him helping people all over. He knows everything there is to know about everything in that fucking store. He explained to me in great detail how the Whippet machine thing works and how many things you can stick in there and meow. And he's super nice, and he really appreciated my joke. And that gets you a lot from me. That gives you a lot of points. One time, I went in there and I made my joke. I had saved it up for the right moment. I waited there was nobody else in there. I had the person's attention. Both the guy and the owner guy were standing back there. And I put down, you know, he brought these Swips over. Swips are these whippets that have these pictures of naked ladies on the front of them with some whipped cream on them and stuff. And I said to him, "You know, there aren't actually any naked ladies in that box." He thought that was hilarious. He laughed and, "Oh, you hear that? No false advertising. Aha!" Dude, you're all right with me, buddy. I like you. I like you. I like it when people laugh at my jokes. Another great joke, if you buy whippets a lot, is this. After you bought them for like the 5th time at the same store, like 5 days in a row or whatever, 6th day you go and they go, "Yeah, we really like whipped cream." Just totally straight face, deadpan, you know. It'll take them a second and then they'll go, "Ah." It's a good joke to me. I gotta poop again. I have to poop again. You can't trade women for camels. They made a new law. You can only trade camels for other animals now. Okay, I gotta poop. It's just... You know how when you have to poop and basically your whole being stops working until you poop? Your entire self comprises nothing but the need to poop. It's overwhelms everything else that there could possibly ever be. That's where I'm at right now. I'm so need to poop that I can barely even stop talking about needing to poop to go poop.
It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways, chance. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, that easy stepping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears, in charge today. Options at large show. Other ways. Don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears. In charge today. Options at large show. Other ways, chance. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, that easy stepping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears, in charge today. Options at large show. Other ways. Don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow.
You know, Jonathan Basanti, if you're actually serious about wanting to lay down a bass track for that, if you use Audacity, it could be easy to do that. The instruction Eric Strauss and I. Value throws a null pointer exception, and that's why we love him. Good Saturday to you all, MBTI nerds. Good Saturday to you too, Clashing Games. I am so important. It's, I realized that the other day. It's like, wow, I'm kind of like water, the building block of all life. I'm at least as important as water, maybe more important. You might say I'm as important as love itself. So what I will do then is I'm going to upload. I will. Let me share a window here. Let me share a window. I mean, the thing is, I like Audacity. I've had other apps. I've used them before for some things. I ultimately end up coming back to Audacity consistently. And the reason is because it's a lean app, number one. So it's quick to open. And it gives you maximal access to under the hood, kind of. Where did I save the AUP for this? It's in here, I think. Is it Hundy? It's Hundy Backup, I believe. Yeah, I messed it up. Hundy Backup is what I'm looking for. This is just regular Hundy. Open Hundy Backup instead. There it is. Okay. Now, Kitty, if what you really need to do, I was just about to scold her for being such an in and out kitty, inside outside kitty. How this, and then I'm gonna do this. Okay, so let me share this window. So what I'll do is I will save this project into its own folder on the desktop. And then within that folder, it'll be an AUP file. And next to the AUP file will be the data folder for this project. So that when you download that folder, as long as you keep everything in that folder, you'll just have to click on the AUP file and it'll open up this. And as you can see, I do have all of the tracks named except for these bottom ones. These are Chica Chicas. Chica Chicas left and Chica's right. Chica's right. So these sounds here are actually this thing. Oh, you probably can't hear it. You know, like this and this one. So that sound was made by me just doing this thing with the guitar, and then I just affected it. I put like a walkie-talkie effect on it, and I put some wah on it, and save project as desktop Hundy Proj. Alright, so if you were to listen to the bass part here, what you would hear is that it's nothing special. You know, it's like it's just a foundation. And I mean, bass in general should just be a foundation, but it's just like whole notes. I let that one sustain out more because of how it works with the stuff behind it. And it's just pitch shifted guitar. So like during that part I was going G, F, G, F. And this is just now obviously this is not a mastered stereo file, so it sounds kind of thin, but yeah, so if you wanted to record this, then you just mute this bass track and go over here and you'd push your record button. Maybe you'd switch it to mono. I don't know. You might switch it to mono if you just have one microphone going.
It was 100,000
Push your
years
record
ago.
button.
I ran slow. Nobody yet
You
to
go
show
like-
the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years into keep smashing through. Always slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When you slope up these
Except with a bass instead of a guitar. That's the idea. I wish I had a bass, but I don't. And that's just life in the big city, as people who live in the big city like to say. Now that I have explained that to you, whether you wanted an explanation or not, Chester? Who's Chester Bennington? Never heard of him. Oh, cool. So you know what you're doing. Well, let me upload it to the old Google Drive with my uploading finger. Okay? I'll use my uploading finger for this. If you haven't designated one of your fingers to be your uploading finger, you really need to get on that. It's pretty important to distinguish between your uploading finger and your downloading finger. Otherwise, you could end up with a WAV file up your butt and have no explanation for it. Where did I save it? Did I fail to do what I said I was going to do? Where did I save that thing? Save as. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, I get it now. I don't need to save anything. I need to make a new folder. What am I doing? I am so dumb sometimes. That's not a base, MacDay. It's a penis. Okay. You're mistaking my penis for a base. It's a common misconception. Common mistake. Well, what is that sequoia doing in your front yard? Oh, that's just my penis. People make that mistake all the time. It's not your fault. You're not alone. You just need to go to Schick Shadle Center. Hundy. All right, now that I have a new folder, I'm going to put into that folder, I'm going to put this folder, Hundy Proj Data. Proj Data stands for project data. It's a little jargon we use in the entertainment biz. Okay, now I'm going to put this Hundy Proj. Again, Proj once again standing for project, except this time I'm responsible for using the abbreviation rather than it being an auto abbreviation. And we just go right down here to the old meow meow meow. Put it in there like that. Okay, so now if I look in this, it should have that and that. It does. Good. We're well on our way to success. This is called TE, everybody. I'm TEing right now. I'm going to put this up here. Folder upload view. Well, I mean, the thing to remember is this. If you're worried, don't worry. If I don't like Jonathan Basanti's baseline, I definitely won't use it. Isn't that reassuring? Yeah, it is. Upload. 874 files. That seems like a few too many files for one song. But it's not because they're very small files. It's like you might think that 1,000 penises is too many for me to have, but it's not because they're all very small penises. It's like you could have just one bigger one or lots of small ones, same thing, same impact ultimately. Let's see. Who is Chester Bennington? I don't even know who he is. Linkin Park singer? Oh. Did he sing I Did It All for the Nookie? No, that wasn't Linkin Park. That was what? That was Limp Bizkit. Metal Died with Dime. Big Bass Girl, You Are Beautiful. My mother has been listening to these classical piano renditions of rock and metal music. Currently playing is Nothing Else Matters from Metallica. Save as file. Well, I never remember where I saved a thing, and I have to go back and pretend like I'm going to save it again so I see where it saved it to. But remember, my extrovert thinking is really, really good about very specific things. So like, I'm super good at using Audacity. It's like, you know how you see like lobsters or crawfish and Well, I mean, the reason I mentioned it with you is like, how is it that every time it comes back to this with you? Whereas that's not the case here. And apparently this person must have recently died, maybe? And this links to their death? If they didn't recently die and it's just being brought up for no particular reason, then I do find it annoying. But mostly the reason I don't like that kind of conversation is because I'm afraid that YouTube algorithm is going to peg me as something I'm not, you know? It's like, the subject's uncomfortable, it's unpleasant, but more significantly, it's something that YouTube's super fussy about. But there's also an order of operations. So before I could bother scolding whoever about bringing it up, the first thing I had to do is know who they're talking about. If I don't know who somebody's talking about, then I want to clear up that first. And then if I knew more of the story and I felt it was still relevant for me to critique the fact that it was being discussed at all, then I would do so. And remember, censorship is a perfectly normal and reasonable part of having autonomy. In other words, you have autonomy, you have your own space, your own place, your own head space, your own audio space, right? And it is reasonable to expect to control that space to some extent. We are not governments. We have no obligation to allow or encourage speech we don't like in environments that we own. Now, I don't own YouTube, and I sort of don't really own the channel. I would not claim to authoritatively define the standards of what's acceptable for everybody in the community or anything like that, but I'm ultimately still just a guy with his own personal preferences and interests, and I want my experience in this narrative space to be comfortable. So that's reason enough, right? Because I'm not a government. And I'm not telling you can't say it someplace else. My actual positions and values on freedom of expression have evolved since YouTube. When I first started doing YouTube stuff, I really upheld this notion that no matter how much I dislike somebody's comment or think it's bullshit, I will respect their right to say it and leave it on my channel and leave it up there and stuff. And what ended up happening was there, you know, you make a lot of enemies when you're right, and you tell people you're right. When you are right and frequently exclusively correct, and you insist on telling people that, you make a lot of enemies. And some of those enemies can be quite motivated. There were stretches of time in this channel when there was a miniature army of people trying to destroy everything associated with Eric. Like flagging all my videos, thumbsing down everything, reporting me for bullshit, you know. Eventually they gave up because I'm basically invulnerable in the following way. Because I've always been primarily uploading videos because I want to, and uploading videos about what I want to, and engaging with people because I want to, the TE kind of threats, like, well, we're making your channel somehow less commercially viable, or we're slowing down your growth, or making it harder for you to succeed, or something like that, doesn't impact at all why I'm actually doing it. Yeah. I'm gonna echo Jonathan Basanti's sentiment here. All right, the both of you, for fuck's sake, you want me to turn this car around? We're gonna stop right here, and you're gonna get out of the car, and you're gonna have to step in that dog poop as your punishment. You mentioned instrumental NI uses the truth to attain SE impacts. Well, that's fourth slot anyway. But could be second. Two, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's always SE's always going to be absolute. How about for instrumental NE? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way of putting it. Is NE ideating out possibilities in order to SI prepare so as to not get caught off guard? Well, in other words, to be an SI using type means to be aware and to acknowledge that that if you're gonna be wrong, it's because you're gonna your answer after the fact is, well, I'd never experienced it before, so I had to make that mistake first. Or your answer is gonna be, well, I had no reason to expect it to go like that. I'd never gone like that before, or something like that, right? That's where you're gonna make mistakes. And so extroverted intuition is built in with introverted sensing because it's the escape route from just getting into an ant circle. So with ants you can put out this smell that they follow around in a circle, and they'll just walk infinitely around in a circle. They have inadequate extroverted intuition and or inadequate introverted intuition even. It's like they're too SE SI. If they had good extroverted intuition, they would not be able to follow through on always following the smell they're supposed to follow. Because sometimes they'd be tired of that smell, they'd be bored, and they'd go, well, I want to go smell that smell over there now. And then they'd get out of line. If they had better introverted intuition, they'd go, you know what? We seem to be going around in a circle. I don't think this is working. And so ants, with the ability of humans to make ants go in an infinite loop, in other words, to program them 10, print, question mark, 20, go to 10, and then run, and then it just goes question mark, 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 question mark. That's programming on an Apple IIe, you know. 10, say meow. 20, go to 10. That's an infinite loop, right? Well, you can get ants to go in a physical infinite loop until they die because they lack sufficient intuition. If I had a boat, I'd call it the paucity of intuition among ants. It's kind of a long name for a boat. Actually, I might name it Eric's Boat. A boat would be another good name for it, or just boat. You know how they put it? They put it written. She's seaworthy, all right. She be yar, me vessel, me ship going vessel, me seafaring ship going vessel of she be yar. I named her boat. You can't name your boat boat. I spelled it differently. How did you spell it? B-O-A-T. That's not different. That's how you normally spell boat. R. But it's with a capital B. I could name my boat This Floats! Exclamation point. Or Look at me float. How about, now I can be on top of the water. Is that a good name for a boat? Really, the best thing to name though are thoroughbred racehorses. If you're gonna be naming things, you want to be naming either bands or thoroughbred racehorses. If you're naming thoroughbred racehorses, you can name them things like Revel in the Majesty. My horse's name is Revel in the Majesty. Wow, that's a pretty fancy name. My horse's name is Sterling Wind. Sterling Wind, huh? And Tuition Afloat. And Tuition Afloat is a pretty good name for the boat, actually. Remember the episode of, I believe it was The Flintstones? This made me laugh so much as a kid. I thought this was so hilarious. Fred Flintstone and Barney went in together to buy a boat. Now, Fred wanted to call it the Nautical Queen. But Barney wanted to call it the Sea Queen. So they compromised, and they called it the Nausea. I thought that was hilarious when I was a kid. Another joke that I saw on TV when I was a kid that it just killed me, it just slayed me. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. It was an episode of Sesame Street, and one of the humans that's on Sesame Street was on the plane with Big Bird. And Big Bird looks out the window of the plane and says, "Oh my God, we're so high up. The people look like ants." And the lady says, "Big Bird, we haven't taken off yet. Those are ants." I was like, oh my God. Comedy history has just been made. That is the most hilarious thing I have ever heard in my life. Look, it didn't go out. The audio didn't go out, guys. No, I just had to mute myself because I needed to go see about online strips without clothing. Because, the typical problem I have with online strips is that they involve clothing. But fortunately at nakedhd.xyz, online strips are without clothing. And, that's important to me. Are they wearing a hat at least, though, is of course the next question that one's going to ask, naturally. Did I get that link ever? Or did I just not do it? Did I just fail? Eric, you're constantly failing all the time. You should know this by now. Okay, so let's go to the Mia. We're going to go there like that. And we're going to go to recent. My drive. There it is, Hyundai. Now I'm going to share. How do you share it? Share. I'm going to share and share alike, as they say. Okay. the easiest way to meow this is to just share a link here. Now, this link is available for anybody to look at it and download it or whatever, but it's intended for Jonathan Basanti. I mean, I ban him every time. It's a slight variation. So it's like naked-hd.zyx, naked-hd.yzx. You know, I always ban them, but they come back as some slight variation. Go for it. I'm not trying to be all like keep away from people my stuff. I love it when people look at my stuff. If they want to play with it themselves, that's fine. I get that, you know. I remember when I one time made a totally unsolicited and probably unwanted remix of Rouge Mrs. song where I added vocals, being silly. You don't have Google Drive? What are you, in 1932 or something? How does anybody not have Google Drive? I mean, it's got to be a bot, at least, S. It has to be a bot. Nobody trolls with that specific kind of, like, commercial intent. It's just not it's not an interesting way to troll, right? The thing is, I've used various incarnations of various services for a long time. So, you know, I started off using word processing programs way back on the Apple, where it had something called, I forget what it was called, something right. Anyway, and then for a long time I used OpenOffice, blah, 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 blah. But Google Docs has totally replaced all those things because it's just fundamentally perfect. It's better, it's right, it's everything. I used to use Dropbox. What do I keep hearing out here? I hear hallucinating the cat scratching at the door. But Dropbox was a mess. Google Drive, now I have Google Drive. I've got like 2 terabytes of Google Drive. And it's replaced all other considerations regarding those matters. I never thought I needed a Photos app. Now I use Google Photos. I only log into things via my Google account, pretty much. If, you know, anything that says log in via Facebook, log in via Google, I just always log in via Google. I got an Android phone, and my entire life is managed by Google. I got Google Calendar. It just does everything so well that it eliminates concerns about that kind of thing. When I need to do some kind of a PowerPoint thing, which is rare, I use Google Slides. Who wouldn't? Why not? It's just so goddamn efficient. I use Gmail. It's just the best. It's like, all you have to do to understand why Google is so much the best is have any experience with Windows or Apple. Right? So Windows is constantly telling me to link my shit with my Microsoft account. It's really important. Google understands attraction, not promotion. They never had to promote anything to me. It just turns out so easy and streamlined and right that it just inevitably I go there. And not unnecessarily cluttered and not evil. You know, Google's original motto as a company was "Don't be evil," And they've totally lived up to it. They're the best company ever. Google's amazing. Thank you, Google. I love you. You are wonderful. Twitter's stupid. Twitter's like... For people who don't want to use adequate language. I mean, it's like shorts, right? Shorts are their own little art form. Twitter's its own little art form. But it is a very poor way to communicate. It's not a terrible way to quip, but shorts are a better way to quip. If I got a good joke, I'll make a short saying it. You know? And it might even do well. I'm really kind of, I don't know quite what to do about this reality, which I'll try to show you here. First of all, I'd like to say regarding the Google thing, one more thing. Remember, for every Google in the world, there's a shit ton of Linuxes. So there was a time period when Windows' various failings and Apple's various failings had tech-minded people wanting to install Linux. Oh, I gotta do a Linux build and run Windows and Linux or something. You'll notice nobody's running Linux anymore, right? Why not? Because Linux is the opposite of Google. Linux had this vision that was inadequately utilitarian. When you're talking about computer stuff, you need utility. Okay, so look at this. Look at this thing here. So you look at how many videos my views get. This short here, 159 views. I published it yesterday. 21 comments, 13 likes. This is the how many Pew words are there. Crocodile River, which was published like maybe 12 hours earlier or something. 328 views. 84 comments, 26 likes. That's pretty good, right? So, like, that's a lot of comments for views. These test question videos get a lot of commentary action. But now look at this one. How many listens INTP test? It's a short. 1,819 views. Then this one. INTJ test answer means 6-minute video. About 400 views. This one. 12-second TI test. 1,000 views. And this one. Life rule number 1. Which is just kind of a joke I made in the line of the pharmacy. 2,647 views. So, obviously, shorts are doing better than other videos. What about this one? This one has 1,000. Okay, well, this is an exception. This is a 90-second long video. It's a one-question INTJ test, and it made 4 figures. Most of my videos never make 4 figures, you know, which is 1,000 views. This one, just one question test, 708. It's doing pretty well. It's got a lot of comments. That's a lot of commentary for 700 views. Not a particularly high like ratio. If you're talking about a high like ratio, this has a high like ratio. Develop your stack. It's got 37 likes for 373 views. That's 10%. That's a very high like ratio. Keep scrolling down here. We see, like, this hilarious ENTJ video, 350 views, 25 likes. Not a very high like ratio. And that's like weeks old now. It's like November 26th. And this video, this is frustrating, right? One of the highest like ratios and thumbs ratios I've ever had on a video. 229 views, 38 thumbs. That's fucking nuts. Okay? That's almost 20% at 230 views. So why isn't YouTube promoting the shit out of this video? Well, because it makes fun of COVID protocols, probably. Except they sure were promoting the shit out of South Park's thing making fun of COVID earlier today, which I watched. And again, as always, the only thing in the world you can rely upon to be correct about shit is South Park. Why is a body cartoon the most intelligent thing about the most intelligent public discourse we have? What is fucking wrong with the world? Now, these powerfully informative and excellent videos about morality and MBTI and thinking and feeling and stuff combine for 600 views and have decent this is a decent like ratio, you know. This one, great video. 3 tests to change the world, 9 minutes long, less than 500 views, very high like ratio, 10%. But kitty lies in a bad spot, 13 seconds long, 1,700 views. Conservative dad, in which I tell Delilah to put some clothes on, even though she's fully dressed, like wearing sweats and stuff, 2,200 views. What? Even How I Lost My Tooth has almost 600 views. It's only 14 seconds. But not all the shorts hit. Like this one, only 122 views. The Metaphysical Supply Store. And this, which I expected to do well, only 135 views. But it's over 15 seconds. I think they might have changed it to 15 seconds since then. Gorgeous Inside 2, only 451 views at 11 seconds. However, I want to show you something over here. You're going to see something pretty soon. You're going to be like, wow, Eric, look at that. So, this one, 2-minute truth for 30 years. This is short, but not a short. 620 views. That's pretty good. SI Dumb, 650 views. That's pretty good. It's a minute and a half. You'll see that like these are now no longer really getting views anymore, right? But so this is like where they basically peak out. If I look at the analytics on this, for example, what you will see is that it's not getting views anymore because it's used up all of its time. Or something like that. So in the last 48 hours, it's gotten 7 views. In the last 60 minutes, it's gotten 1 view. But it got all the way up to here within, in the first 2 days, it's gotten most of the views it's going to get, right? So that's the reality for most videos. Occasionally one will have more legs than that, but it's hard to anticipate what makes that happen or figure out what makes that happen. So now this video that I thought was really good, serenading a peacock and a cat, only 150 views, but over 10% likes. That's good. This is a short. Defining human is that which distills experience into poo. 730 views. And then look at this. What? 3,164 views for this one, but there's only 38 likes? That's like 1% like ratio and 18 thumbs down and 38 thumbs ups for this guy. If you were to dress up extroverted feeling in a blue tuxedo and have it sell real estate, you'd end up with Mr. Ha Tianyan Jiang. Yeah, so that's pretty good. But again, if you look at the analytics on it, what you'll see is that basically, if YouTube thinks a short is good enough, then it puts it on the shorts feed, where it gets all of its action, and then it takes it off the shorts feed after a certain period of time. But it's like what you'll see is it getting like just a couple of views, and then all of a sudden it'll skyrocket for like 1 hour where it's on the shorts feed. And then it'll level off like that. And like in an hour or something, you'll get 1,000 views. It's weird. And you can see that my shorts here do better than these one on my shorts channel. This is my shorts channel. So this one got 863 views. My first one got 500 views. But the ones that are less successful, that didn't get on the shorts feed, had like 2 views. This one got 25 views.
Gimme, 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 gimme what I want. Throw, keep playing this again and again and again to the top, and it'll go around again and play again and again and again and again and again. So gimme, 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 gimme what I want. Throw, keep playing this again and again and again to the top, and it'll go around again and play again and again and again and again and again. So gimme, 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 gimme what I want. Throw, keep playing this again and again and again to the top, and it'll go around again and play again and again and again and again and again. So gimme, 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 gimme what I want. Throw, keep playing this again and again and again to the top, and it'll go around again and play again and again and again and again and again. So gimme, 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 gimme what I want. Throw, keep playing this again and again and again to the top, and it'll go around again and play.
Okay, so my idea here for shorts in general is the link between watch time and shorts feed action is very clear. You have to get your short to be something that people watch multiple times if you want to get it onto the short feed. And so this is one concept I had for how to get something that somebody would watch multiple times. Like, let's say you want something, like I want you to buy me some candy, and you just have that on your phone on the shorts feed going over and over again, and you just hold it up to the person you're trying to get candy from until they give it to you. You just keep letting it play over and over again. That's the idea here for this particular video, and my idea about why it might do well as a short. This also explains why I do those like puzzle question things. For example, if we look at this video here, and the thing is, I'm not normally one to make another channel about anything, but I wanted a shorts channel because I want to be completely unconstrained in how many shorts I can put up if I feel like it. So anyway, if you look at this video here, it's called How Many Listens INTP Test. This is specifically designed to force people to listen to it multiple times in hopes that this will be successful as a short.
Listen carefully. How many listens do you need to solve this problem? Who is my mother's father's wife's only daughter's husband's daughter's brother's grandmother in relation to me? Real INTPs should only need 1 listen.
Okay, so obviously that makes sense as to why I structure it that way if I'm trying to get people to listen to it multiple times so that it has a higher than 100% meow. But this one is the same basic idea, right?
Brain teaser. If Mary has 2 more pencils, then Mary has fewer pencils than Bob has, and the larger of the 2 number of pencils is 10. How many pencils does Mary have?
So the way that is phrased is not a normal way to phrase something. It's like you wouldn't normally say Mary has 2 more pencils than she has fewer pencils than Bob has. And when you use that construction, it's like, wait, what did you say? And you kind of need to listen to it again. So that's a good way to get on the shorts feed, I think. And that's why I feel more capable of working the algorithm with shorts than I do with regular videos. I think there's I have a lot of ideas for shorts, you know. Sometimes I get in a mood where I just want to say sentences. No, they may not give you multiple. They shouldn't give you multiple views per person. What I'm saying is they determine whether or not they put it on the shorts feed based on watch time percentage. And with shorts, if you're going to get on the shorts feed, your watch time percentage needs to be over 100%. So, like, if you look at the analytics on the shorts feeds, the short videos that have thousands of views, their percentage watched is over 100%. It's like 107, 110%, which means the average person watched it once all the way through and probably watched it again, or they got rid of it right away. So in order to maximally achieve in terms of YouTube shorts, it's a good idea to have something that people want to see multiple times, because it's like visually, like, wow, look at that. Or something they need to listen to multiple times to get the gist of, but that's engaging enough that they don't turn it off ahead of time. So, yeah, over 100%. Because the thing is, YouTube's very, very informative about analytics. Well, Peter Bellinger, you make a good point that applies in every context except for this one. So the thing is, whatever I put up on my shorts channel is not monetized. I can't monetize because I have just like 2 subs or whatever. I'm not advertising it at all, and I'm doing that on purpose because I'm trying to empower myself to put up lots and lots of shorts as I feel like it, without worrying so much about whether they're good enough, right? I don't want to do that on my main channel. And because shorts are so quick and easy to make, it just made sense to have a shorts channel. When I feel like making one short, I probably feel like making 3 or 4 in a little bunch. And so I don't necessarily want to upload all of them to the main channel. So I just upload maybe the best one, or the one I think is most likely to work, or the one that's most relevant to my subject matter. Well, I mean, the thing is, Peter didn't cheat. I'm quite confident that the algorithm limits the capacity to which any single individual can impact the overall statistical representation of the audience relationship with yeah, that was expected. Sure. Anytime you download a folder, it zips it automatically, and then you got to extract it. But then you should just be able to click on the AUP icon, and it should launch the whole thing, you know? Look, Lee Trimmer, you gotta understand something. Nobody either believes Jesus was crucified or not crucified. Everybody understands that there's a narrative about the crucifixion of Jesus. And you're either affirming it as centrally important to some larger paradigm, or you're not. Don't misrepresent what's going on here. People think beliefs are things people have. No, it doesn't work like that. I am so sick of everybody constantly being super wrong about everything. Boba Fett's not a Muslim, he's a Hindu. Everybody knows you can't be Muslim and eat curry at the same time. Well, yeah, obviously, Jonathan Basanti, when you unzip the whole folder, it will unzip both the single file that's within the main folder and the folder underneath the main folder as well. So it is true that there are two separate unzipping processes, but that should be successfully accomplished by simply pushing extract files here once. If you had to push extract files here twice, then you're using the built-in zip app. And shame on you for that. Shame on you for using the built-in zip app. I think I won now. I just won the TE battle with an INTJ. Fuck yeah, motherfuckers. Who's got the raddest TE ever? What? Me? That's why I can record things from Netflix, even though you're not supposed to. They try so hard to stop me. Nuh-uh. You can't outsmart my TE, motherfuckers. I'm going to Google this shit. And I did Google it. And you know what I ended up doing? I ended up downloading Sandboxy. And now, yeah, your little wall of information blindness is not going to stop me from retrieving whatever fucking information I want. Retaining it. Commenting upon it. With my powerful and important words. Don't forget the title of this live stream. I am so important. What does it really mean to be important? It means to be impressed with, or I guess you might say embossed with, portents. And what is portents? It's the state of something about to happen. So I'm embossed with something about to happen-ishness. That's what it means to be important. Unfortunately, it means nothing ever actually happens. It's always just about to happen. My entire life is like a giant ontological dick tease. But it's all about portents. I'm a harbinger of something. Be it doom, be it utopia, I know not. Look. We need to build a Cathoskimple. We need to build a Cathoskimple. A Cathoskimple is the turducken of churches. It's a mosque. It's a temple inside a mosque inside a cathedral. Cathoskimple. Cathoskimple is not to eat, though. Unlike a turducken, you don't eat a Cathoskimple. It's made of brick and mortar, of sawdust and blood and tears. Look, when I'm telling you it's important that you listen to me, what I'm saying is that something big's about to happen, and your listening have now attained an attribute of embossedness upon you regarding its significance. It's a religious turducken, right? A Cathoskimple, or a Timpascroll. A Cathimplosk. A Cathimplosk is probably the best name for it. A Cathimplosk is a mosque inside a temple inside a cathedral. If you worship inside a Cathimplosk, then you get triple the spiritual impacts. So first you get Allah and Muhammad providing you with some wraps for your head and some instructions regarding both directionality and hand usage. Then at the next level, you will have the tip of your penis cut off and everybody's screaming, "Oy vey, oy vey!" And then at the next level, you'll eat the body of Christ. You'll experience the moral conundrum that goes along with cannibalism, but then you'll wash it down with a tall glass of the blood of Christ. And only then will you be both absolved of all of your sins and entirely confused. All hail booty, by which I hope you mean pirate's treasure. I want to Zen meditate inside of a Hindu multi-armed deity statue that's positioned artfully within the mat lane area of a mosque, which itself is highlighted upon the mantle of a very robust fireplace within a temple that itself has been built into the cornerstone of the world's greatest cathedral, which itself is embedded deep within Mount Everest. I think we got a real movie plot going on here. We could write a movie. The main character can be named Tom. The love interest can be named Linda. But because it's contemporary, Linda has to be trans. Okay? But he doesn't find out she's trans till later, but he's cool with it. Because she's post-op. Then, well, I'll tell you something about circumcision, at least, ass. It's as simple as this. The head of my penis is not like the head of my body. When it's cold outside, I need to put a hat on. Maybe pull up my turtleneck. Okay? When it's raining, I need to maybe have an umbrella to keep water off of it. But that's because my head's different from the rest of my body in a way that the head of my penis is not different from the rest of my penis. In any context in which it's too cold for the head of my penis to be out in the open, it's too cold for the whole of my penis to be out in the open. In any instance, when it's too rainy for the head of my penis to be out, it's too rainy for the whole of my penis to be out. In any instance, when I want to put on a turtleneck sweater, I just want to put it on my chest. Also, foreskin makes your penis look triangular. So when I was in middle school and I went to gym class for the first time, welcome 7th graders, strip. That was my experience in middle school, of course. And, Arcadia was just then getting some Chinese people. And I was like, I guess Chinese people have like triangular penises or something. I had no idea what was wrong with them, Well, nothing was wrong with them. They just weren't circumcised. Okay, so this is the thing. People who are opposed to circumcision are ignoring this. As long as he cleaned himself well. If you don't want to hear that for your whole life, cut that shit off. It just gathers schmegma. That's literally what that stuff is. That's what that word means. They have a word for the grossness that gathers within foreskin. That's sufficient reason for me to cut it off. I don't miss it at all. I never had it in the first place, so, I don't miss it. I like my clean lines, okay? It's very clear when my penis is ready for action. There are no extra folds of skin lying around, Stands up, bold and proud, free from encumbrance, The vein of life stretching down, down, across the scrotum, past the chode, and up the back, training somewhere along into a spine. Well, yeah, you know, you should look like your dad, okay? A boy's penis should end up looking like his dad's, which means if your dad's circumcised, you should be circumcised. If your dad's not, you shouldn't be. That's another way to think about it. But ultimately, look, I actually knew, his name was Parker, he was an ENFJ. He got himself circumcised at age 21. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? You'll notice, I've never heard of anybody go get foreskin reattached. But I have heard of somebody go get it cut it off on purpose as an adult. So, you know, that's proof, guaranteed proof that everybody should always circumcise. If you care about the future of humanity, you're going to circumcise because it's part of a general protocol that says we need to always err on the side of reducing disease vectors. So that means no more childbirth, no more child making. Okay, because as I've mentioned before, those things that come out of a woman in the maternity ward, they're basically 8-pound biohazards. And what we need to do is constantly save lives. No, I don't think it should be illegal to circumcise your kid. It should be mandatory. If circumcision makes people even 0.00000000001% more safer, then I'm totally in favor of mandating it for everybody, whether they want it or not, or need it or not, you know? It doesn't matter if, like, let's say you don't have COVID and you're inoculated, you're taking the vaccine, and maybe you're not a vulnerable population. That's not good enough. You need to be circumcised too, because we can't prove that uncircumcised people aren't more likely to transmit COVID, so we have to assume they are. I mean, it called itself a foreskin. I called it, you know, a swaddling blanket, something for me to outgrow. Training wheels for my penis that I no longer needed. I stopped needing it shortly after birth. I was an early bloomer in that regard. Remember, I did jump over the Grand Canyon on a horse one day after I was born, impressing the living F out of everybody. I've done all kinds of amazing things. If you go to my Facebook page and you look at my life events, you'll realize I'm a lot more involved in the history that we think we know than we actually know. A lot more involved. You know, people often credit Gorbachev with tearing down that wall. Who was really responsible for the Berlin Wall falling? It was me. One day I was in East Germany and I said, hey, guys, wake up call here. I don't think this communism thing is working. And the East German chancellor said, Eric, oh my God, you are right. Tear down this wall, Mr. Gorbachev. He sent that telegram to Reagan, who then said it to Gorbachev, who said, fuck, you're totally right. Why don't we tear down that wall? That has been in the way for like decades now. It was a pretty important moment in history, and I don't get the credit I deserve in the history books. Who desegregated the South? Who launched the civil rights movement? It was me. I was riding a bus one day. I was on my way to Stuckey's. And I was just chilling there, right? And this dark-skinned lady of indeterminate race boarded the bus. I later learned her name was Rosa. And the bus driver was just a complete asshole. He's like, you have to sit in the back of the bus because your skin color is too dark. And I leaned over And I said to her, she was walking down the hallway there in the bus, I said, hey, don't listen to that fucker. Just sit right here. That fucking guy's full. He doesn't even, he believes in race. And we had a good laugh about that. Well, sure enough, that Rosa turned out to be the Rosa Parks everybody talks about. But she was right on her way to the back of the bus until I stopped her and said, don't listen to that fucking asshole. Really, it was me who launched the civil rights movement. That was well before I discovered the moon. I also invented French. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Prior to my invention of French, they mostly communicated with a bunch of sort of grunts and guttural noises and stuff. I was like, no. This is, guys, stop. No. Say, répétez. Voulez-vous une lingua? Voulez-vous? Quelle heure est-il? Quelle heure est-il? You ever wondered how the French decided how to say what time is it? I came up with that. I'm the author of that sentence. And yet I get no royalties for it. People all the time, all over France are saying, quelle heure est-il? And I get not one penny from it, even though I invented the entire language. So it's just not fair, you know? I mean, the world's not a fair place. I'm abused, I think it's fair to say. I've been abused by a harsh reality that doesn't recognize and validate my many accomplishments. It sucks, you know? I'm not gonna lie, it sucks. Who was the first person ever to banter in a playful fashion? That was me. Prior to me initiating this now very common reality of playful banter, people only bantered in a serious fashion or in kind of a grief related fashion. It was either very, very serious or very despondent. And I said, hey, listen, while we're talking about the news and stuff, let's playfully banter. And ever since then, if you look at the use of playful banter on the Google thing, it just goes straight up like that. People copied me right away. They said, hey, let's try that. I like that. That's fun. That's engaging. It's delightful. It's charming. That's what banter should be. Stop bantering about, genocide and stuff. That's not an appropriate topic for banter. No, I didn't invent the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. No. I did, however, forsake the pie one time. So, a lot of people used to believe that it was impossible to turn down pie. If it was a delicious flavor of pie, it was just nobody could ever turn down pie. One day I did so. I forsook the pie. And everything from that moment forward has been a little bit differently. Has been a little bit different. Can I read your hypothetical above? Well, hypothetically. Since you didn't have more to gain, what would you be inclined to type them as? Randy, if you've had a typing client knew from the beginning that they don't want the session uploaded but wants you to record it in hopes of making it more likely that you do a good job, since you then have more to gain, would you be more inclined to type them as? I mean, I'd be unlikely to find that out because I don't ask people why they do or don't want me to record. So I just ask them, do you want me not to record at all, record and share with you privately, record and publish, or record and decide later? And they just tell me, and I don't ask anything further than that. If somebody told me that the reason is because they think that I'd do a better job knowing that I was being recorded, I'd say, well, I mean, people generally do perform better when watched, but you're already watching me. I would argue it on point. I wouldn't really conclude anything about their type. I mean, to the extent that one was going to conclude something like that, it would be clearly a projection of a TE approach to people, a comfort with maneuvering people, and assuming that you better understand how to maximally attain outcomes than other people. Well, you know what I have to say about Allah? Allah needs to pick a syllabled accent. Is he Allah or is he Allah? I've heard it both ways. And refusal to pick a syllable to accentuate is textbook rebel behavior. Because after all, rebels rebel. I think you see what I'm talking about, right? I think he meant it as tell you can upload so you try to do better for the content than tell you not to upload. Well, I mean, the thing is, since I tell them specifically in the first place, you know, you want me to record and share privately, or record and decide whether you want to publish after you watch it, or some people know right away that they want to publish. So if somebody said, no, I'm definitely going to publish, and then at the end they said, I don't want to publish anymore, I'd say, that's fine. But it wouldn't impact my performance at all. Not one bit. I generally forget that we're not recording when we're not. I am always operating under the assumption that if I'm not being recorded right now, I might as well be. You know? There's not really a not on Eric. So I would assume that it would be projecting some kind of TE frame of reference that's not applicable to me. So it would suggest a universality being misapplied rather than intuition about the particulars I'm displaying. It wouldn't give me enough information to type the person, but it would be consistent with those kind of interpretations. Hold on a second. Morage, you're Jewish? Did he inform anybody else of this? We need to be informed of this thing first, right off the bat, okay? So that we know to bring you plenty of gefilte fish. Otherwise, we're going to feel rude because we didn't bring you any gefilte fish. Perhaps the Jews' finest invention is the potato pancake with applesauce. Prior to Rabbi Ravinovich coming up with this notion in BC 42, nobody had ever eaten potatoes as pancakes, nor had they ever considered mixing them with applesauce. But because they are the chosen people, Rabbi Ravinovich received a gift from God in the form of a vision. Try the latkes with the applesauce. Go ahead, try it. And he did. And you know what he said when he was done eating them? Oy vey! That's fantastic! And it was true. And they're still fantastic to this day. If you want to go eat something really good, go to Cantor's and get their latkes with applesauce. It's really good. You could get their latkes with applesauce and their matzo ball soup, and that could be a whole meal. But if you're gonna get a Cantor's, you really should get a Reuben, because they have the best Reubens of all Reubens, and I eat a lot of Reubens, and I'm kind of like a Reuben connoisseur as far as sandwiches go. So you could trust me, and I tell you, Qatar have the best Reubens. It's the best Reuben sandwiches. It's like got corned beef and like these like sauerkraut and like the rye bread. It's like, you know, the pickle. That's how I actually talk, CJ. Don't tease me because of my speech impediment. Uh-oh. I think I'm getting long COVID. You know, one of the symptoms of long COVID is sudden onset retardation. Don't save me. It'll pass. I've been got sudden onset retardation. Look, I may be the one that decided, but you're the one that's being dumb. Oh, I just had a spell of it. I just had sudden onset retardation. And fortunately it passed, but that's one of the symptoms of long COVID, apparently. I'm a real person. Love me for who I am. Love me. I'm special. Not that I'm gifted. I'm gifted. You're gifted, huh? Gifted with what? Gifts. Assorted gifts. Like what? Like being super smart. Being amazingly intuitive. It's like magic, basically. Wow. That's quite a gift. I'm a prodigy. Aren't you a full-grown adult? Still a prodigy. Even like what was rad, like, wow, that little kid can do that, and it's so rad. And people say, wow, he must be a prodigy. Now they even just say that about me as an adult. Wow, he's still a prodigy. Hey, don't QWERTY me. You cannot make fun of the mentally handicapped. I wasn't making fun of them, okay? I am a victim myself of sudden onset retardation. So if there's anybody out there who can empathize with me, I'm a real person, whether I'm normal or retarded. Don't be dumb. Okay? Oh, I'm back. It's getting worse. I need to massage my prostate some more, I think. I think the episodes of sudden onset retardation are happening more frequently. Probably my prostate enlargement is also, potentially anyway, a symptom of long COVID. Long Omicron. When you cross long COVID, with COVID-19, with COVID-21, and COVID Omicron, you get the turducken of COVID. Ooh, I got the turducken of COVID. It's health theater, wrapped in panic, wrapped in stupidity. Fun. I love this meaningless, random oppression. Omicron. 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 Have I watched Zach Starr's skits? No. I don't watch other people perform. I just perform, okay? Stop talking about other people. I'm the only performer. Constantly pay attention to me. Forrest Gump does set an unreasonably high bar for handicapped folk. How do you make yourself write the 4 essays and 2 presentations you need to? This kind of all sucks. Okay, well, what I'm going to do for you, Rain, is solve your problem right now. I'm going to solve it right this second. How? With solvency. That's right. I'm going to use solvency to solve your problem. I'm going to use a solution comprised mostly of solvency. Sure, it's going to have some solvents in it.
Hi, I'm Eric. You're sitting here and you've got something specific you need to accomplish. And it just sounds like fucking torture. And you don't want to do it. And you imagined originally that you were going to smoke some and then start working on your paper, but then, well, fear not, my friends. I'm going to walk us through this process. Step one, you can't rush. If you only got 3 hours, well, you have to give them 3 hours of unrushed work. You've accomplished something. You started to take some sort of action to solve your problem. If you try to rush, you're dead, because it's going to be like trying to force it and it's just not going to work. Word processing application. That's the first step. You don't have it open yet, do you? No, just let it open. You're cool. You're fine. Just let the video run. Pause if you need to. Pause. Okay. Text document, you say. Fine. Sounds good. Title page, shit like that. Don't bother with that first. Just start writing whatever it is you gotta write. You know. Some kind of English paper or something, right? Now look. What's it about? We're just gonna write one sentence is all. So, Macbeth was a guy in Shakespeare. This is a play called Macbeth. He had important shit to do all the time. All caps for all. All! Exclamation point. Okay. You've gotten a lot accomplished right now. You got a lot accomplished because prior to this, you had nothing written on paper. Now you got 2 sentences. Macbeth was a guy in Shakespeare's play called Macbeth. He had important shit to do all the time. Now, that may have been an accidental caps lock, but it became a stylistic bonus. And you can have style bonuses. Now, if you want a real style bonus, go ahead and do one more sentence before you take that rewarding bong rip. Okay, let's see. Once he ran afoul of the local fishmonger and was never able to acquire fresh fish again. That is starting to get action-packed, just like the real Macbeth. It's packed full of action. You've gotten a lot accomplished. You've gotten one more accomplished than you thought you had originally gotten accomplished. And the key to pulling papers like this off, of course, is you got to render them fancy by using a few keywords. The teacher is going to be like, well, that's pretty good. That's better than the book I read anyway. And everyone's going to be like, I know. Bong rip, done. Key terms, upcoming. If social justice is ever in the England of Queen Elizabeth, it is found in the hems of her manly skirts. Feminist critique in the postmodern milieu, good one to throw in there, causes ontological violence to whip your ass as hero, parentheses in, heroine of the play Lucy demonstrates when she rapes all those frogs. Okay, so perfect. You're done. Turn it in and call it a day.
Talking with famous people.
You may as well call this live stream Eric Solves Rain's Problem. Just turn in that paper. You feeling better now? Now you get it. Now you understand how to do that. Meta Eric third removed. I do edit some videos, yeah. That's not a PDF. I wasn't writing any PDF. I was showing people how to stop procrastinating. I love Pride. I love Pride events, but I hate events. So Pride events end up being a wash. I hate all kinds of events, to be perfectly honest. Events, prevents, cements, credence. But enough watch stream. Girls here. Hey now. Naked HD XYZ. That is not appropriate. Enough watch stream. No, it's not enough watch stream. Don't listen to him, guys. Don't listen. Don't go off to Naked HD XYZ. I love being proud of my humility. I'm incredibly proud of being humble about my pride. And my Pride of Lions agrees. That's why I've won this year's Humility Award for the most graceful expression of pride and modesty in a field of excellence. What shouldn't have been the priority? Me winning that award? Hey, I'm humble proud of that award. You're going to Schick-Shadel Center. Off you go. Off you go to Schick-Shadel Center. The prof of bad news, Backnin, just put out a video. Women, wake up, feminism defeated you. What? How about I make a video called, Backnin, wake up. Stop talking to women like they aren't people. Like they aren't individual people. Right? Since when does any individual woman experience their life primarily as an expression of their womanhood and not as their individual self? It's insane. Now, I will agree. There are some weird things about chicks. There are definitely some weird things about chicks that make you kind of go, huh? Like, chicks, even when they're little kids, are weirdly obsessed with relationships. And you can't inform even your ESTP daughter that how silly all that stuff is and have her listen to you. I did my best to try to teach my daughter to reject girly nonsense. They just say like romance books, makeup, clothes, etc. Right? Well, guess what? I completely and utterly failed. She's into all that stuff. Is MBTI still relevant today? Well, okay. MBTI proper, let's say the Myers-Briggs testing index, or typological index, or whatever it is essentially irrelevant to typology. However, typology is extraordinarily relevant to everything. The lack of typology as a means of doing analysis, in other words, as a metaframe that explains things ranging from your own life to your friends' lives to politics to public affairs, etc., the failure for people to have a common frame of reference that actually works for everybody because it accounts for the person using it as well, that's, you can trace all of society's problems to that fundamental issue right there. The reason people can't fall into these political camps and can't seem to engage like adults about complex ideas is because they've got conflicting frames of reference and don't know it, and don't know why, and don't know what that means. So they just keep like it's like one person's a fighter jet and he keeps shooting at clouds, assuming that, well, you know, we fight with fighter jets. And the other person's a tank and he keeps firing off tank shells at what he assumes must be some ground troops here. Because after all, that's how we fight. And they just keep doing that. And they're unaware of this reality that there's air and land. And there's this third dimension of height we need to consider. That's what it's like. So is typology relevant? Does it matter? Is it important? This video right here is called I'm So Important. But even I, and I'm known to be incredibly humble about the incredible excellence of my pride, but I'm gonna engage in a little bit of not unfalse boastery here when I say typology is even more important than I am. You can stop objecting. Stop shouting your objections. I'm not lying when I say that. Typology is even more important than I am. It's nearly as important as the moon. And what's the only thing that's more important than the moon? The sun. And what's the most important part of the sun? The dark side of the sun. The part we can't see. Same with people. And that brings us full circle to the thesis of today's lecture, The Mystery of Things. Revealed. Everybody has a blind spot? Yeah, everybody has a blind spot. I don't think there's any normative indication. I think there might be a prescriptive indication, which is to say, you'll encounter a lot fewer problems if you're honest with yourself about who you are, what your strengths are and your weaknesses, and the extent to which you've got adaptability within a given frame. So, our frames range from mastery or complete immersion in a frame, you're dominant, to blind in the polar. But there are intermediate levels in between, right? So, whether or not you should be humble, I mean, it's not really so much out of humility, it's just people are either in conflict with themselves or they're not. If a person's in conflict with themselves, then those are the only people who really have a problem with typology. You got people who aren't inclined towards this sort of abstract mapping, but are nevertheless logical, who will largely ignore it and be disinterested in it. You're talking about your ISTJs, ESTJs, they aren't usually very interested in it. There's too much NI, you know. ISFJs even, usually. But, and then you got people who see, like, wow, this is a very informative map, let's say. And those people try to better understand it generally. If you've got people who are engaging in typological propagandizing, you might say, or misinformation campaigns or something, when you have that phenomenon occurring, what is going on with my mia and why? A question I've asked so many times in my life. What is going on with my mia and why? What is going on with my mia? What is going on with my mia and why? Why? What is going on with my mia and why? Why? Is anything happening with my mia? Why? Do you exist still? Do you retain object permanence despite of